Hi guys, welcome to our coverage of round 7 of the Superbet Chess Classic Romania 2022, the first stop of the Grand Chess Tour, a series of tournaments that ultimately culminate in a winner of the Grand Chess Tour, who will also win an extra $100,000. So this is the first tournament in the series of events. It is a classical tournament. Let's go over the format.
So it's a 10-player round robin. Each player plays each of the other players for a total of 9 rounds. It's traditional scoring of 1 point for a win, half a point for a draw. And they're playing at a time control of 90 minutes plus 30 seconds with, 30-second increment per move, and 30 minutes added as well at move 40. So, yeah, nice classical time control. It'll be followed up by a second GCT event that will be Rapid and Blitz in Poland next week. But for now, the standings here in the classical Superbet, Wesley So and Levon Aronian ahead of the field with 2 wins and no losses, 4 draws, full point ahead of Caruana, Nepo, MVL, Dominguez, the Romanian wildcard Bogdan Daniel Deac. And then we've got 3 players who are not too happy so far: Firouzja, and Mamedyarov at the tail end of the tournament.
Yeah, I mean, in such a strong tournament, someone has to be a little bit unhappy. And in this tournament, we got Shakhriyar Mamedyarov losing twice with the black pieces, once to Wesley So and once to Fabiano Caruana. Tough games for him. And Levon Aronian was one of the big winners of yesterday. He won with the black pieces against Vasyl Lagrave, and that's what's allowed him to climb up so high in the tournament standings. So let's go over the pairings for today, David, and see if we can make any predictions about the openings. We got Nepomniachtchi versus Mamedyarov. What do you think about that one?
Yeah, historically, Nepo plays a lot of e4. At this tournament, we've seen Mamedyarov play the Petrov once against Fabi. You know, sometimes you're afraid to play somebody else's opening against them if somebody's just been playing or studying something. But players of the Petrov don't seem to mind playing the Petrov against each other. I think I've picked up on this, that, you know, if they kind of want to draw, then playing against somebody else who kind of wants to draw, it's sort of, it all works out for them.
Yeah, I think the big matchup of the day looks to me like Aronian Caruana. Seems like a very principled matchup. Both of these players now representing the United States, and Caruana having well, actually, I don't think they played each other in the American Cup. That's right. Other people were.
I think they faced each other in the finals. Aronian came up through the elimination bracket and faced Caruana in the final match.
Oh, you're right.
And Caruana beat him in an English opening, which is, you know, a slightly unusual choice for Fabi, but he played it quite well, played a great technical game. I mean, one of the best games that I've seen in a while.
Yeah, so right, it's right. I don't know how I forgot about that match, David. I mean, I was right there at the tournament, and I remember the games. But yeah, so this is a kind of I think a revenge game for Aronian. He has the white pieces, so he's well positioned to kind of create something interesting here. I think he will be striving to do so. I mean, you know, he's the kind of player who doesn't like to make, I think, quick draws or, you know, with the white pieces. So I'm expecting a big fight in this game. Okay, wow, he started with e4. And
wow,
that surprises me.
Yeah, they're sort of taking each other's openings into battle against each other, right? Because Fabi is sort of the lifetime e4 player, and Levon is a big English player. Although I noticed that, you know, not just Fabi, but also Ray played the English against Levon at the American Cup. It was kind of interesting seeing everybody trying the English out against him. But yeah, I mean, cool to see e4. Hopefully not a Petrov.
Yeah, maybe he's trying to get Fabi to play into a Sicilian like Fabi has done in this tournament, I think.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe he's got his hopes up and he wants a con
Or
or something of that
Sveshnikov,
sort.
yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So yeah, I do think that there are a couple interesting lines against the Petrov. I'm not totally against the Petrov, but some of the lines that have been chosen most recently in the Petrov in the tournaments I've watched have been, less thrilling choices. Aronian, when he faced Dominguez in the American Cup, he played knight c3 against the Petrov twice after knight takes e4,
Yeah.
with d takes c3 and castling queenside, which has potential to be interesting. But from my lowly vantage point, it looked like he didn't play it that well. Like he didn't make much of his chances. He didn't play very aggressively for a kingside pawn storm. So I would slightly hope that Fabi doesn't play the Petrov.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, he is actually thinking over his first move. And I hope he goes for his more battle-worthy openings, right? Like the Sicilian defense. We also got not a lot of like opening surprises in the other games. Nepomniachtchi playing e4 against Mamedyarov, and I guess it's going to be a Petrov in that game.
Oh,
and
here's a way to avoid the Petrov from Levon.
From Levon. Oh, bishop c4, the bishop's opening.
Bishop c4 on move 2. Yeah.
All right, that's interesting. And we don't have any moves in Firouzja-Dominguez yet. I mean,
yeah,
I would think that e4 would be the likely move. And then Rapport played knight f3. So we're having a Reti opening against Vachier. I think that looks good. You're always going to get some kind of game out of that.
mm-hmm.
Diak playing d4, which I think can also be expected from him. So we're not having so far like any huge opening surprises other than that Aronian played e4. I mean, that's a little bit of a surprise. Nothing big though.
Right. And I don't know if you caught this, but on Diak's board, there appeared the move e3 for, almost a minute, which I would believe is the ceremonial first move being played by a local politician or celebrity. So yeah, e3, I thought for a moment, that's even more solid than d4, but no, Diak has replaced it with his normal move. We've got d4 from Firouzja, and c6 d5 from Caruana. I was just looking at this bishop's opening yesterday and the day before, Irina, so I might know one or two things here. We'll see.
Yeah, we saw a game even in this tournament, in this line, haven't we? Aronian and Caruana, where Black played a5. Didn't we see that somewhere earlier on? There was,
yeah, that was Firouzja against Nepo.
Yeah,
Nepo played a5 in this position.
mm-hmm.
But here's bishop b4 check.
Yeah,
this
he
is
plays
what
a more standard move.
This is what Fabi's played twice before against Magnus Carlsen. And Carlsen played bishop d2 once and c3 once.
Oh, wow. So first of all, we have a Queen's Gambit accepted on the board between Rapport and Vachier. I mean, it's not a shock because it does seem like Vachier has kind of switched to it, but it definitely changed from being an English opening to just being a pure Queen's Gambit accepted. All right. Yeah. He had a very easy draw against Wesley So earlier in the tournament, Vachier. So we'll see what Rapport has come up with for this game. And then I do think we have an opening surprise in the game Firouzja versus Dominguez, because Firouzja actually went for d4, and he's not, well known as a d4 player. So I feel like that's a really interesting choice that we're going to have. We have a Nimzo in that game. So Lanier has very classical openings, I have to say, pretty much as classical as they come. Yeah, there's nothing too spicy in his openings.
Yeah, I mean, he's somewhat predictable in the openings he's choosing. I also think that Rapport predicted Fachier's Queen's Gambit Accepted and wanted to play the Queen's Gambit Accepted. And he played one knight f3, maybe almost as like a psychological ploy to sort of hide the fact that he wanted what he's getting. Now I think he's fake thinking about his move, because Fachier played this opening earlier in the tournament. And if you want to avoid the Queen's Gambit Accepted, you can, right? I think part of the problem with the Queen's Gambit Accepted as an opening repertoire is if your opponent plays one c4, it's a little awkward to play the Queen's Gambit Accepted when they play c4 before you play d5. You have to play either e6 or c6. Correct me if I'm wrong, but you're nodding, so I think this is true.
Yeah, that's true. As a Queen's Gambit Accepted player, you do have to have something ready against the move c4, because that move doesn't allow you to play the Queen's Gambit Accepted. So you can choose from, c5, e5, c6, knight f6. But I like, I've started to like the move c5 against c4, symmetrical English. Like, I feel like it's not that easy for white to get an advantage against that.
Yeah, no, totally fine. And we've seen that opening trotted out in a couple games at this tournament that we didn't actually focus on, Irina, because white got so nothing that we sort of chose not to watch those particular games. For example, Aronian and Wesley played a symmetrical English, I think, was one of the games we sort of skipped over.
Shall we take a look at, well, first of all, we actually have 2 Queen's Gambits Accepted in this round, which is amazing. We got Wesley So doing it against Diak. And one thing with Wesley, I mean, he is playing someone who just lost yesterday, kind of disappointing game for Bogdan Daniel. And he's not, exactly the highest rated in this tournament. So you would think that, Wesley would try to play for the win with the black pieces, but I have learned that is just not really what Wesley does. He doesn't really switch up his openings when he plays lower rated people. He literally just, if this is his opening repertoire, that's what he plays. And that's, I mean, in my opinion, a bit unusual. I think like someone like Caruana is a lot more versatile like that, and he will absolutely target you if he wants to win, whether it's with the white or the black pieces. So we have So playing just a really solid opening. That's fine. Perhaps he'll get some chances, or perhaps it's just going to be a really quiet game again for him.
Well, I have to remember that like the only game where Diak really got sort of thoroughly outplayed was his game against Aronian, which was in this same line, I think, Queen's Gambit Accepted from Aronian. So it may be that Wesley thinks that there are plenty of chances to slowly outplay his opponent by choosing this opening here.
Yeah, perhaps. Although I would say, what is the expression? Don't go fishing in the same well twice or something. Yeah. I mean, like, well, for someone who's like rated 2670, you think that like, okay, he's looked at his game and he's not going to get outplayed in exactly the same way as he was by Aronian. And overall, the position is not like giving black tons of room. Like mostly this position allows black tons of room to try to trade pieces, which is what he does when he plays, bishop d7 and knight c6. And, so I definitely feel like, it's not necessarily that he thinks he's going to be able to just replicate Aronian's kind of ultimate sort of success in getting a winning position from this type of line, but maybe he just thinks, okay, it's just very solid, and if white doesn't create anything, I'll get an easy draw, and I'm good with that.
Yeah, could be. Well,
that's just what I think about his the mentality, David. Because like I remember in the American Cup, he lost his first game, crazy game with the white pieces to Sam Sevian. And you would think that he would go all out in the second game to try to tie the match, right? I know it's hard with the black pieces, right? But still, you got to try, I think, in a match. But when I saw his opening, I was so surprised. It was like he played a Queen's Gambit declined with like an early queen trade line, going into the end game with a doubled F pawns.
Yeah, the Queen F6 line where I was commenting that, and I said black has basically never won a game in this line. Like it's Like maybe you can be solid, but I've like never seen anyone win with it.
So going for that like kind of opening in a game where you're playing like a 2-game match that you need to win, like that, that is a very quite revealing. And that's why, that's how I feel about his opening choice today. It's more just like just being solid. Yeah.
Yeah, fair enough.
So let's take a look at something, David, that I am quite interested in. And let's go to Firouzja-Dominguez.
Okay. So, yeah, this line here with A3 and the bishop on D2, one may ask themselves, why did Black even play bishop B4? Well, they've got kind of an exchange Queen's Gambit structure where they've moved the bishop twice, but the bishop on D2 didn't make it out to G5, F4 kind of territory, right? I think that's the main thing Black gets out of playing a Nimzo move order here. And you know what's funny? I think I just was looking at a miniature that was basically in this line. Maybe without the move B6, like rook E8, castles, knight G4, something like that. Maybe it was very close to this, Irene. I was just looking at a game. Maybe White played not Queen C2, but Bishop D2 first. And there's this game where Peter Ox played knight G4, H3, knight H2, rook F1, knight F3.
It's a very famous game. And he played that in a pretty big tournament like Hogogan or something, maybe against even Van Wheelie.
Maybe against Van Wheelie, right? It was basically this line, but without B6.
Yeah,
I was just seeing that game. So I see this bishop on D2 and I'm reminded of that.
It's a little scary when the bishop points at your king like that to castle. I want to point out like one thing I see. I clicked on this game and I see the computer offering up a really interesting way for White to play. So F3, I just want to show you two moves, F3, C5, and G4. Now, if Firouzja does something like that, I would say this will be a very exciting game. It's still a very typical way to play. So I wouldn't say, we should be too shocked by it. But, the fact that White's king is still in the center, I suppose White, it's actually hard to say where White wants to castle. I wouldn't say that king side is out of the question, actually. It might even be safer than queen side, but.
Right.
I mean, this position contains a lot, and he goes F3. He puts it on the board, right? So it could be some sort of preparation. I mean, we're only 10 moves in, so I think at their level, it's safe to assume this is still preparation because you don't really play a line like this as White, with your bishop shut in on D2, without some sort of concept of how you're going to like develop your pieces and what you're going to do with your king.
Yeah. And I think C5 is just 100% the normal reaction to F3. So that move is very, very likely that you're predicting, but G4 would be less standard. So.
Yes. So C5, I mean, what else can they do? I suppose they can also play bishop A6.
Nothing else to do. It's been played.
Oh, C5. Okay. So B6 is just about C5. Well, so does he want to play C4? How much of an idea is it? I mean, it seems like, well, you definitely can't move your knight from E2 because your D4 pawn will hang. So you pretty much have to allow C4 and then plan for bishop F5, right? In that sense, I mean, G4, let's put it on the board.
Sure.
G4, C4, bishop F5. Now, what if they take? What if they simply take that guy?
Yeah, which makes a lot of sense.
But it's possible.
We could take either way, pawn or queen. But let's try with the pawn first, just to open the file and see what we can learn.
Yeah, so White's idea in this position, you want to push through the move E4. And I mean, actually, if you do it, it could be quite dangerous for me. You're not threatening it quite yet. Because if you go E4, okay, and by the way, all of these things are on the board. So certainly they've done some computer prep for this game because I don't think like Firouzja would necessarily go for this without his preparation.
Yeah. Yeah, live position, folks. They've got already the bishop to f5, playing it reasonably quickly, which suggests that they've both computer prepped the same thing. Because, I mean, if only your opponent had computer prepped it, you wouldn't just play your moves in 10 to 15 seconds. They're basically playing off the increment here, probably 10 seconds to play the moves and write them down, and 15 to 20 seconds to think about them. Queen f5 was Firouzja's choice.
So he's not threatening the pawn yet on d5. It's a poisoned pawn. But I suppose what he wants to do, his queen is pretty well placed, and he wants to go g5, I think. Kick away the knight. Maybe the queen will later on be able to go back to g4. So really interesting, like, you know, does Black go something like g6 here to make sure the queen goes back to c2? Do they can't really go knight bd7, they're going to hang the pawn. And do they just go knight c6 and maybe some sort of a knight e7, knight g6 in the future? So at this point, I feel like, okay, Black has a pretty major decision to make. It's also really interesting thing to think about, where is White going to put their king in this game? Because there's castle's queen side, castle's king side, and also the medium option of king f2 if you don't want a castle either way. Okay, there you go. He did go g5, g6. I thought that was an interesting sort of clarification on the queen's position. And the queen goes quickly to g5. So yes, we're in Firouzja's prep, that is for sure. Maybe less so in Dominguez's, but he's probably familiar with this position as well.
Yeah, I'm certain we would see.
I'm sorry, David. I've been talking so much. I'm gonna.
No, it's fine. It's absolutely right. I think we would see a major slowdown from Dominguez if this weren't his preparation as well. So maybe we'll see it here. I had one question, Irina, that they already slipped past, which is, you know, how would you evaluate queen d7? Like, who does or doesn't potentially want an end game?
Yeah, I think it's not even so much about the end game, David. It's about the d5 pawn. I think there could be a tactical problem with that pawn.
Yeah. Queen d7, knight d7, g5, and drop this. Yeah. Okay, so let me ask that same question a different way. Queen c8, it's going to be the same thing, huh?
Yeah.
You can trade the queen and play g5. Okay, so this queen coming out to f5, Black couldn't even offer a trade on it. So g6. Maybe White was straight up threatening g5, maybe. So g6, queen g3, and now knight c6 is played here.
Yeah. No, I do really like the way this game is developing for us, you know, for us as fans and commentators. So at some point in this game, well, here's the thing, like White has to drum up something in this game. That's actually the point. They can't really sit on a position like this, because once you set this up, you either have to make the attack work or you're just going to be worse. So he's committed to making this work. Now, how good is a move like h4? I mean, if you go h4, well, you want to go h5, that would certainly be nice. Now, Black might either play h5 himself, maybe, probably not, because I just take it and then d5 will hang.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll show it. Sorry. Just try and keep up with this for everybody.
Yeah, so h4, and now lots of moves by Black, right? So there's bishop e7 there. You can try to target the queen. And by the way, David, like, I just kind of wonder, a move like bishop e7, I guess there's no threat of knight e4 because of queen d5. Is that the point?
Let's just check. Let's say we play h5 and knight e4 and queen d5. It doesn't look like White has anything hanging here.
Yeah, it looks like it's still playable. So what is White going to do in this position after knight c6? If we go back to our current position.
Knight f2.
Oh, you're talking about this one.
Yeah, I'm saying, I mean, there is actually a tactical
Ah.
threat for black. Check, because the bishop is
Mm-hmm.
requiring the king, right? And then knight f2.
King c2.
And
Yeah.
I don't know if I
White,
need to trade on d5 first.
White does have a massive pawn center here, yeah.
Oh, and there's maybe knight c7 after the bishop moves.
Yeah, this is a position with like massive compensation because of the center.
Yeah. Bishop d8. Well, but you know, I mean, technically it's still a position of some sort.
Yeah, I think though after like e4, it just overall it's not a lot of fun for black because their rooks don't have open open lines. David, let's take a look at all the boards. Let's get a bird's eye view.
Yeah, let's go back.
Yeah.
See what else has developed here. So
by the way, Dioc versus So is like extremely reminiscent of So versus Vachier. I don't know if that's like literally the same position, but I think Dioc might be playing against So the way that So was playing against Vachier. Next, we got Aronian Caruana. So they're in this bishop's opening. Looks pretty standard there, right, David?
yeah, a5 was met by c3, which looked fine. Knight bd7 to defend the e pawn. Castles.
We have two bishops openings. We also have, I don't know if this was a bishop's opening, but it certainly looks like it, right? Nepomniachtchi Mamedyarov looks a lot like Aronian Caruana.
Yeah, they played a Joko piano move order, like knight f3, knight c6, bishop c4, bishop c5. But yeah, definitely the same type of opening. Knight g3 has been played, bishop g6 coming.
And then we got Reports versus Vachier. Now that is like more of an interesting Queen's Gambit accepted because Rapport played with his bishop b3 move, and he's doing the pawn sack line with the knight on c3. Yeah, so this is a little bit unusual. We'll take a look at that more in depth. But I do feel like out of all these games, David, like certainly Firouzja-Dominguez is the one that looks like the most interesting for me.
Yeah, I mean, the line Rapport is playing is pretty intense, right? I haven't seen top players playing it much recently. So I have a suspicion that's going to be pretty cool too.
That's right. I mean, they only made a few moves, but like he's already advancing in the center and sacrificing that e4 pawn because now black can actually go b4. And when the knight moves, he can consider taking that pawn, although black usually doesn't. They play like bishop b7. It's interesting because normally when white plays e4, he does so with a knight on b1. It's really unusual to have the knight already out and then going e4 and like inviting black to go b4 and attack the knight.
So e4 and black could just play knight takes e4, or?
Well, I mean, where's white going to go after b4? Unless they're planning to go e5, pawn c3, pawn f6. I mean, I suppose that's an option.
Pawn takes f6s are usually kind of lame. Probably white would play knight a4. But if the knight were on b1, the e-pawn would also be hanging, right?
Yeah, well, they don't even bother to develop the knight anywhere since they have to move it. So b4, knight a4, and knight e4. Oh, yeah, I mean, white will probably castle, right? And just, white is not perfectly developed either, so they need to just focus on development for the moment.
Yeah, they need to bring the rook to the e file to take advantage of sacrificing their e pawn. Bishop b7 from Vachier. Clearly still fighting over the e4 square.
Yeah, so okay, he doesn't want to get into any adventures. Bishop b7 is very typical. You just focus on development. And we have Firouzja, you know, he's still thinking after knight c6.
All right. So Dominguez had his prep.
Yeah, let's go back to that game for a second, David, for Firouzja-Dominguez. Let's look at it again.
Okay.
So after knight c6, what options does white have other than h4? The problem for white is that their bishop on d2 is very poor, and be great to get him off the board or put him on g3 or f4 or something like that, or h4. But can't do much with such a bishop. So it's like you, on one hand, you have this very attacking setup with the queen on g5 and like the big center and the g4 pawn. On the other hand, you have this, like, you're not castled yet. Your rooks are not in the game. Although the rook on h1 is fine, where she is. But the bishop on d2 is really like a piece that holds back white's initiative.
Yeah. So, I mean, there's two moves white might like to play here most: e4 and h5 as far as pawn breaks, and then maneuver wise, maybe bishop on g3. The problem is that the bishop on d2, which you say is bad, is also covering this e3 pawn. And if this bishop on d2 went somewhere else or were traded, then white might actually miss that bishop, because e3 would become like a pretty notable weakness. So one thing I considered here for white would be castling queenside, right? That really clears the way to throw your h pawn at the opponent. But in that case, I thought knight a5 and knight b3, black hunts down your terrible bishop. And it actually looked a little awkward to me to keep the e3 pawn defended in this case.
Yeah, there's knight a5. There's also like ways that you can look up at to try to play a quick b5, b4. I mean, white is castling into a position which is not entirely safe. Now, right. One of my questions here is knight takes d5 like a threat, like for white? Can now that white is castled, can he actually just take the pawn? Because it does appear like there's no discovery on the queen forthcoming.
Taking would be check. Queen is safe. Takes here. Now the bishop can't check. So that looks like it would be okay for white to take, yeah. Or maybe you were saying after my knight a5 move, white could take the pawn too. Let me see. Knight d5.
Then, so now, but there's some differences, of course, because okay, you have like knight b3.
I'll check. Put the king in one of these squares. I don't know. I'm sure it matters because it's tactical. Oh, yeah, it has to go to c2. Because on king b1, you could play knight e4 and then take the bishop with check.
Oh, nice tactic there. Yeah.
So king c2. I didn't want to be bothered to figure out where the king should go, even though I was like, it's probably like a tactic. It probably matters. I don't want to figure it out.
Yeah.
Okay.
Why
so
is
here,
it mattering a lot? I mean, in the worst case, black can take on d2 and take on d5 and then like win the e3 pawn. That's like the worst case scenario for black, and it's not a bad one.
Right. So if king takes to defend e3, then the check reemerges. So as you say, white would have to give back the e3 pawn, and this position looks beyond playable for black. I mean, this is a dream. Yeah,
because white is like not even close to attacking anything in this position, and their own king is pretty weak, bishop versus knight. So, okay, castling queenside looks very problematic. Just, I mean, we went over it, but like really, it's just purely visual. Like, it's just not a very safe position for white's king. But on the other hand, well, where is there a safe position for the king? I mean, you can try to put it on, like, I feel like g2, David, would be a great position. But the problem is you can't go, maybe you can go king f1. How about that? Let's try king f1.
Why not king f2 to support our weak pawn a little bit more?
Yeah, I don't know. Just visually, I didn't like it, but you're right. Like, we're not hanging the queen. I didn't want to allow any potential checks. Like,
I hope we're not hanging the queen. Let's see. Check.
Yeah, actually, David, what about? Oh, there's no h6, is there? But let's just try king f1. Let's just stay away from those dangerous. All right, king f1.
We won't live on the dangerous edge. But basically, if you want to play h4, h5, and you want your king on the king side, then it makes sense to move the king itself, clear the way for rook e1 or bishop e1.
Yeah.
Also just clear the way to play knight g3 or knight f4 without hanging knight takes d4.
I mean, the most principled move. Okay, let's try again. Like, I know, I mean, king f1, maybe it's a bit slow, right? It's not very impressive to spend 2 moves just to get the king to g2.
Do you want to play h4 instead?
Yeah, let's just try h4. I really want to see like what exactly is the issue with this move.
Yar.
Because playing h5, it would definitely be very helpful. So there must be some sort of tactical problems with maybe the queen getting trapped.
Firouzja just castled kingside.
Okay. He castled the king side. Well, at least he didn't castle the queen side, right? So we got that one right.
What do you think of black maybe closing the king side in case of h4 with king g7? Threatening to trap the queen, right? h5, h6, queen here, g5, queen here.
You know, I like it. I do like it. The queen on h3 is not particularly good. The file has been closed, and knight g3, you can always just take that knight or put your knight on e7. You know, you also have problems with like knight takes d4, obviously, you know, tactical issues if the knight from e2 moves. So I like it, actually, David. I think that king g7 move is a very clever response to h4.
Yeah, because now it's like it's not clear what white's doing. Of course, if you could sink a knight on f5, it might make the whole position work somehow. But without that, you're trying to play for e4 or f4, which both look a little hard to believe, and your pieces are strange here for white.
Yeah. So he played castles. Let's evaluate the new situation on the board. So castles means he is, well, is he giving up on his attack? Is he switching his focus over to trying to play knight g3 and f and e4, or just knight f5 somewhere? I do think we might see the move knight g3 or even knight f4. Like, so he's basically trying to get the king out of the e file so he can finally move that knight on e2 to a better position. That makes sense. Knight f4, bishop takes f4, queen takes f4. We can play that.
Yeah.
So I like his decision. So getting the king to a more safe square to allow the knight to move makes sense to me.
I'm afraid h4, h5 is probably off the table because he took the rook off h1. So I doubt that's the direction of the game. So it could be knight maneuvers. The only other thing it could be would be some way to try and arrange e4. Could be something else he has in mind, but I haven't yet seen a really plausible way for him to arrange that. So I think a knight maneuver, as you say, is the more likely.
Oh, well, by the way, David, we might see a king on g2 in this game. I would be willing to bet that one day in this game we will. You know how I wanted to go king f1, king g2, but I think there's a pretty decent chance this king will find himself on g2 on a light square somehow, just intuitively.
Yeah.
You know, getting off this for the diagonals where like the bishop can attack it.
Yeah, I would have probably played king f1 to g2 like you were talking about if if that's any compensation for Firouzja not doing so. You know, somebody in chat is asking
David,
why
next time
Fabi...
you get this position, I expect you to play king f1.
I definitely will. In chat, they were wondering why Fabi spent 15 minutes in this position and then didn't castle kingside. Castling kingside looks like a pretty clear move for black, who wants to reinforce the e5 point by playing rook e8 probably. Pretty clear the king wants to go to the king side since black's pushed pawns on the other side. So a little bit interesting to see Fabi stop and think for so long. And finally, he chooses to trade on e4 right here. So there would be a subtle difference if he castles, that he's giving white the opportunity to either, probably to trade on d5 and play rook e1.
Yeah, it doesn't exactly feel dangerous, does it though? I mean, rook e8, can you really exert more pressure over
Rook e8,
e5?
and what could he have been concerned about? Something I would say must have slightly concerned him in this position.
Bishop a4 is a weird looking move.
Mhm.
Just throwing out some ideas, guys. I don't know if this is a there's like, okay, so I think I understand what concerns him in general. In general, what concerns him is that he can't move his knight from d7 because of the
Yeah.
pressure on e5. And so how is he going to develop? That's just general concern. So there doesn't seem anything
Right.
like terrible. And I think David, knight f1 to e3 is maybe a very typical idea in these positions.
Mm-hmm. To increase the pressure on d5. And the other idea you gave us was bishop a4 to try to slightly increase the pressure on e5, although for now queen c7 would, among other moves, would cover it.
Yeah.
Maybe knight f1, b6, knight e3, bishop b7 would deal with that one, although then the knight has the f5 square. Yeah, and I know one other move that white can play in this kind of position is c4, and then d4, bishop a4, and play kind of that Benoni structure, but with less pieces on the board.
Interesting, David. You know what? I wouldn't be so scared here for black. I assume
Yeah.
if I can get b6, bishop b7, I would be very happy with black's position. Maybe I just start with queen c7 because on b6 immediately, you might have the annoying bishop c6. But let me start with queen c7, and hopefully I'm not hanging the d4 pawn. No, I'm not, because the knight is still protecting the rook. Let's just show that pin going on. Yes. That doesn't quite work because the rook is protected. Queen c7 is a decent positional move.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. I think black should be pretty decent here with queen c7. I wouldn't exactly call it cause for concern. So maybe Fabio was mildly concerned by the knight f1 to e3 line. That seems like the most, I don't know, super GME kind of pressure. It didn't look terrifying for black, but he may have decided that this was slightly better. And so what happens here is white goes knight g5, attacking f7. Now you have to castle, and then white takes back on e4 with a knight.
Yeah. So it does look very solid for black, I have to say. That's my kind of impression of this position. Like really solid pawn structure, not really any bad pieces. I expect him to be able to develop the bishop on c8 somehow. And okay, big question though, right? Like black has actually a really big choice here between a very plausible move, knight d5. And I was just thinking, you know, David, there's nothing really terrible looking about knight takes e4. I mean, okay, you trade and then maybe you offer another trade. Like you go knight takes e4, knight takes e4, knight f6. Like how bad can that be? It looks like normal chess, right?
Maybe I've been watching too much Super GM chess, Irene, because I hadn't even considered knight d5, keeping more pieces on the board, looking at f4. The only thing, when you said there was a choice, I was like, between what? All I could see, Irina, was knight e4, knight e4, knight f6, trading all the pieces. That's the only thing in my mind.
Yeah, and that's actually what Aronian, what Caruana went for. But let's just take a look at the move knight d5 for a second. To show you like what was my concept here, and it's actually something I've been talking about with my students recently, David, is in that because black is actually the one with the further advanced pawn in the center, so they have a bit of a space advantage, right? And in general, when you have a space advantage, you don't want to trade pieces. And so I was thinking, well, maybe you go knight d5, and even potentially, I know it's not, you know, it's subject to the tactical limitations, and maybe even f5. So I thought this move was interesting, and also kind of neutralizes the bishop on b3 a bit. Yeah, it seems interesting to me, but Caruana just went for the trade. So his position is a little bit, in a way, a little cramped on the queen side. Maybe he just wants to, I would expect knight f6 to happen. If he doesn't play knight f6 here, I would be quite surprised.
Yeah. Yeah, it would not make much sense to trade the f6 knight for the d2 knight and then not challenge the e4 knight right after that.
So here's the
Although
thing going on here, David. I mean, I think literally white has to try to put pressure on e5 and f7 pawns, right? Like that's it. I mean, there's nothing else going on here for white.
Yeah, I would say though, it's like knight b6 doesn't look unplayable either, even though, I mean, logically, when you make that trade, it seems like you're going to follow up. But I mean, as you said, you still have a little bit more space. You don't necessarily need every trade. With knight b6, you could play a4, send the bishop back to c2, and release the f7 pawn.
Yep, that's also interesting. I agree. So, I mean, it seems clear he's going to have to move his knight, because if he doesn't, he just can't develop. And white would simply play rook e1 and start building more pressure against e5. So black needs to just get out with his pieces. Well, let's take a look at knight f6 for a second. Like, how can white try to build a little bit of pressure? Like, can he go queen f3 here simply? Or is it rook e1? Maybe rook e1, David, right? Like, because the rook doesn't belong on that square.
Yeah.
So he did put knight f6 on the board.
Okay. Yeah, see that.
And
knight g3 played quickly.
Wow.
By Levon, not predicted by us.
Not predicted and not obvious at all. Like, I kind of liked rook e1 trying to, well, let me show you what I was trying to get to, right? Because basically, like I said, guys, I do think white doesn't have any sort of structural advantage in this position, but he does have a certain amount of development advantage and like some pressure on a couple of squares. So I thought rook e1, if you take, I take with the rook. And I just try to attack those pawns and go queen e2 and rook ae1.
What if black just keeps playing really, really direct?
I'm going to try to show you that my bishop is better, David.
Trying to draw kind of moves.
Yeah.
Will you trade up to here maybe?
Actually, well, I mean, you're going to let me in with rook e7, but you have a4, huh? Yeah, well, very interesting. I can also go so many choices. Even queen e1 is not, it's not insane. What about queen e1?
Ooh.
We're tired of queen trades. Enough of the end games, David.
Queen e1. You didn't want to shake hands. You didn't want to shake hands.
I'll shake hands, you know. I'll shake hands when black resigns.
Okay. Understood. Okay, so some real threat here to my poor queen.
Yeah, I mean, the bishop, like white really counts on this bishop on b3 in these positions, right? Attacking the f7 pawn. It's like really, the only difference is the quality of the bishops. So we have to use our advantages. And we want to go rook d1 in this position. Yeah.
All right, let's deal with the quality of the bishop. If it sounds like you're giving me a clue.
Yeah, so you are thinking about perhaps sacrificing your queen, some crazy lines.
I thought about it and rejected it.
Don't reject it, because like, let me tell you something. Rook d1, pawn b3, rook d3, pawn a2.
Yeah.
Oh no. Well, yeah, I guess there's rook d1. Yeah, there's no bishop b1 because you can just take it.
This is where I rejected it.
Yeah, a little sad that pawn doesn't get to go anywhere, does it?
Yeah. Oh, I really, really wanted to do that. But actually my plan is just to play queen a6, bishop, and the bishop still needs something to do. So I was going to go here and say that this piece is kind of trapped and trade it.
Yeah, and you're going to give me a pawn and you hope to get it back with like queen a2, right?
Yeah.
Seems all right.
A little bit risky.
I don't know. It seems like, I don't know. It seems fine.
But you told me the bishop was the big deal, so I tried it.
Yeah, honestly, I don't feel like white has much going on here. I don't see, I see the eval bar is a little in white's favor, but I don't see how he saves, both of these pawns. So it really doesn't look bad for black. So let's go back a little bit. Let's go back and just check out what is this knight g3 retreat all about? Played it fast, and it doesn't look like an amazing square for the knight, because where's the knight supposed to go from there? I mean, obviously would love to go to f5, but you just can't. To go to h5 is not like terribly productive. So yeah, like, it's funny, David, as soon as black manages to get rid of the bishop on b3, black's position becomes like very pleasant.
Yeah, I was thinking of bishop g4 here, because if the white queen went somewhere like d2, then you could play a4. And f3 would be quite weakening for white. And then queen c2 is very committal, because the bishop can't retreat then. So.
Oh, bishop g4, and if I go f3, where's your bishop gonna go?
I didn't think that far ahead. I just didn't think you would play f3.
I might play f3. Oh, you know what I'm thinking? In some positions, actually, David, white might want to play f4. Look at that. I think we've unearthed one of the interesting ideas that Aronian has here, because f4 at least gets his rook involved and like kind of, allows a lot more pieces to connect to the king side.
Okay.
So like put that on the board, David. Actually, bishop g4, if you give me that free tempo. I go f3, and if you go like bishop d7, let's try the move f4. Yeah.
Okay.
Hated by the computer, but still an idea.
Yeah. Well, I have something I want to do here.
Yeah, you have tactics with like queen b6 all over the place, don't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, knight g4. Oh no, I don't like that. I don't like that knight g4 move, David. And
okay, so we won't even play a4. We'll just go knight g4.
Yeah, I mean, you can throw an a4 at some points. You can, because also b2 will hang.
Yeah.
Here, I guess. We need to. But no, it does seem like, okay, f4, it is quite weakening. And we need to be very careful when we do execute that idea.
Yeah.
Because you got to take care of your diagonal. You can't just let black have those checks and the knight invasion. But it's an idea. I mean, I wouldn't take it off the table for white.
Yeah, if you can follow up with d4, then you can cover that diagonal that way, if we get the chance.
So Caruana
let's see, he's played something.
e8. Yeah.
E8.
Very normal.
Very normal. Although it does take a defender off of f7, so I mean, it's encouraging you to try f4.
I wonder, David, if like, does black want to play bishop e6? Like, if you let them play another move, would they go bishop e6? Because it does allow the knight into f5. But on the other hand, you're really trading off like a key attacker for white.
Right. And actually, I was considering knight h5 for white, which makes no sense since he avoided trading from e4. But I was thinking knight h5, queen h5, bishop e6 there for sure.
Yeah. Anyway, I think Fabi is feeling pretty comfortable in this position. He's down a lot on the clock. So Aronian has been playing really fast recently in tournaments, I've noticed.
Yeah.
I don't know if like such great preparation, because in terms of what he actually got in this position, I don't think it's anything special. But let's take a look at, can we just take a look at my favorite game, David, for a second?
Yeah, we can go back. So bishop f8 was played here. Queen h4, h6, rook a to d1. Okay.
So you guys probably see, why I am so much interested in this game, because of the really rich possibilities in the middle game, right? There's a lot of pieces on the board. There's a lot of pawns on the board. It's not a symmetrical structure, very unbalanced, with black having that pawn driven in on the queen side, having released the pressure a bit over white's center. And obviously white has 2 pawns in the 4th rank, d4, g4. The king is a little weak, but safe for now. And with the move rook a d1, white is indicating that they would like to prepare the move e4 eventually. And David, I think we might be seeing the move bishop c1 at some point soon.
Definitely.
Right?
Definitely. So one thing is we didn't see that idea of knight f4 come in. And I think that's partly because this bishop f8 move prevented it right here. Because if white went for knight f4, pressuring d5, black would have h6 defended by the bishop now, queen h4, g5. So that was one of your initial ideas for Firouzja, and it looks like, I think at least partially Dominguez prevented it. So then Firouzja got the queen back a step out of the way of h6. And with rook d1, it seems really clear that instead of a quick knight maneuver, he's looking at bishop c1 and trying to play e4.
Yeah, and the queen, I wonder if the queen will get pulled back as well, like from h4, because so I see the concept like this, David, like bishop c1, queen f2, and knight g3 perhaps, maybe even pawn h3 at some point if you need to support that pawn just to be able to push e4. But e4 is the main idea. Like that's very clear now, that now we understand white's main idea. Black has to not only stop it, but it would be nice if black could get counterplay. And it's just a matter of timing. Does black have time, to play b5, a5, and b4? Because if he could destabilize the knight on c3, black would be doing really well.
Yeah, I mean, I think maybe one of the reasons you're interested in this position, Irina, also is that it's so committal that the players are kind of forced to fight, right?
Yeah,
because
yeah.
Let's say black achieves rook b8, b5, a5, b4. I mean, I would say white's at least clearly worse. If not, like you could be strategically losing once black achieves b4. Because without a knight on c3, you lose pressure against d5, you lose control over e4, so you like completely lose your plan. And then basically you're facing this majority on b4 and c4 that are always threatening to queen. Your b2 pawn's a weakness for the opponent to attack. Your e3 pawn's a weakness. Like black doesn't lack 2 weaknesses to work on. So I think it's super grim for white if black gets b5, b4, and that basically forces Firouzja to do something and to do it reasonably quickly. Like,
yeah.
And
David,
right now I'm feeling like
play rook b8. What if black plays rook b8 and just goes for that b5 plan?
Right. And right now I'm feeling like it has to be like e4 is kind of the only thing for white to try and do.
But you can't do it quickly enough yet, right? Like it's not prepared e4. If you go there, I just take and I win a pawn. Don't I?
Maybe.
Oh, you got some bad stuff going on. Oh, wow.
Maybe.
Oh, wow. Bishop h6. Yeah, look at that.
I mean, we just have to check it. I was going to prepare, bishop c1 and stuff, but actually there's this like important thing I've been figuring out in teaching, Irina, which is like a lot of times people over prepare a certain move, right? Like let's say they want to play e4 and then they'll play like 10 different preparation moves. So what I tell my students is calculate the move you want to play, even if it looks like it's completely prevented, calculate it. And then you can play preparation moves that are influenced by your calculation.
Yeah.
And then like half the time you'll find out you could already have just played it and stopped preparing. So e4, black's definitely going to take. White's definitely going to have to try and take the pawn back. Takes on f3.
Yeah, this is a mess.
What on earth is this position?
I mean, we have to figure out what happens even on like, so bishop h6, queen h6, knight g4, queen f4. Like, I guess that's a double attack and should be good, but there's even like, there's still
f5.
f5, there's still defenses here.
Lock it in that knight. And the nice thing is d5 is now really feeble because of knight c to e5.
Yes, I mean, I suppose I could go, I don't know, rook g3 and h3.
Yeah.
Maybe I should switch over my file.
Yeah, g6 just got weaker than f7. Rook g3.
Yeah.
If queen f6, h3 might trap my knight.
Mhm.
I can't play queen d6. Got to keep my eye on this knight. It's on an undefended square. Rook e6, d5. King h7 is the only move I see.
Oh, I got some, I don't know. So I have h3, knight f6. Yeah, you said queen h4, knight h5, right? That's a good defense. If only I could get my knight to f4.
Yeah.
Right. So I can't quite do that here. It seems okay for black. Let's go back a little bit. Maybe rook f3 is not so good.
Gosh, if your other rook were on f1, you would have rook g4. Okay, but yeah, we can go back a step. What about h3 right away to force the knight?
Yeah, what about queen? Or yeah, or yeah, that, or I was gonna say queen g3, but okay, yeah.
And now you can bring your queen to h6 or g5, right? And then play knight f4.
Yes, I really want to put my knight on f4.
Do you have a preference between?
Yeah, let's go to h6. Yeah.
Okay, so that seems to force king f7, unless I'm missing some obvious way a black piece could get to g6. And then we bring the knight where you wanted it.
And rook g8, rook g3, and queen f8. And black sort of holds on.
Okay, again, yeah.
Hold on.
So here.
Dominguez is still thinking over his move.
I can't quite figure it out. It's a mess of variations there.
Yeah,
to figure out whether this
very
works.
not forcing, because I feel like after, I feel like after bishop h6, right? Like black has a lot of things to think about. If we even go back like one move, this position, nothing is really obvious. Like he doesn't have to take an f3, doesn't have to do anything, right? Like there's probably a lot of things that we haven't even looked at. Like you can even consider like, bishop h6, queen h6. Can you go like e3? Probably not. Probably no point. You should probably try to open up white's king, but
I think that's the main alternative though, is to play e3 with or without the bishop trade. ef3 opens white's king, but the f file is a bit weak for black, so it's kind of like double-edged. And also like ef3 just requires so much calculation because white's presumably threatening, bishop g5 and rook h3, both of which would really end the game. So black has to go for something pretty intense.
Yeah, then he kind of has to go for that, taking the g4 pawn, probably, right? Or I mean, there's other things. Let's try. Okay, so let's say we go bishop h6, queen h6. Let's see what other move. Like if we don't want to take the pawn, what can we offer up against the threat of rook h3?
Rook h3. Like knight e4 trying to play queen f6, but it looks really shaky.
Yeah, because there's going to be a rook f1 at the end, right? So probably not. Yeah, I mean, well, it seems like there should be something. So queen d7. Yes, queen d7. There we go, David. We found an alternative.
Queen d7?
Oh, hanging the knight. Yeah. Well, there's queen g4. Yeah, probably not.
Okay.
Probably not. Yeah.
Okay.
Knight,
So
and
something
then
like
d3. Yeah. Okay. Oopsie. I blundered that.
Okay.
So I can't go there. I really wanted to use the queen. Yeah, I mean, other than taking the pawn, it's just not kind of obvious how you can disturb white.
Yeah.
We can look at taking the pawn again. Knight takes.
Knight takes.
Queen
f4.
Or
I mean, on all these moves, I have no sense if they're like necessary moves or not. It's so
open.
It
is a fascinating position, guys, and I'm glad that we have this one on the board today because I'm sure it's going to provide a lot of entertainment for us. So we're going to go for our first break, And we're going to be back in a couple of minutes, guys, with our coverage of round 7 of the Superbet Chess Classic Romania 2022.
Welcome back, everybody, to Chess.com's coverage of the of the global championship of the Superbet Chess Classic from Romania. But also going on nonstop right now, the Chess.com Global Championship is your chance to play alongside the world's best players for a title. Be a part of history by entering Chess.com's largest chess tournament, open to everyone. Non-titled qualifiers run every Sunday through the end of July. So what are you waiting for? Head to go.chess.com/CGC 2022 for more information and get verified to play. All right. And with that, let's get back into the action. I want to call up this position between Rapport and Vachier for a moment, Irina. And this looks to me like a huge main line of the Moran from the Semi-Slav that they have transposed to from the Queen's Gambit Accepted. Is this a position you're familiar with?
Yeah, it really does look like that. And it's like, can we just see what move order they used to get here? Because I've never
Magic of getting back.
Yeah, I've never seen the Queen's Gambit Accepted transpose into a Moran. Yeah, that E4 move, he managed to do that. And then like castles and then knight D7 and D5, right?
If you think about it this way, in the Moran, white normally plays bishop d3 and then bishop c4. Here, bishop c4 has been played in one move, but black normally plays c6 and then later after b5 plays c5. And here black's played c5 in one move. So tempo-wise, they're directly transposing to the line. Now, normally in that mainline Moran, the white bishop is on d3, not b3. But additionally, once black throws in the move c4 and the white bishop drops back to c2, it could have come from d3. And so I believe that we, directly transpose, even though the Moran, black would have played knight d7 before any of these other moves. I think we directly transpose to a super famous, super sharp opening here with knight g5. And
this is incredible, though. I mean, like, it feels like Vachier has been kind of tricked into this because he's spent a lot of time to get, they spent more than half an hour to get into a very famous position. And it's obviously not what he was planning for when he played the Queen's Gambit Accepted. And this is not really part of his repertoire with either color. So from that point of view, I would say Rapport has been successful. Of course, the game is just starting and they're still like totally in theory here. I guess white's main move is queen e2 in these positions. I know they also play like f4 at some point. And the knight just went to c5 to protect the e6 pawn. And they also want to go h6 and kind of kick back the knight and win e4. So I think that's why queen e2 is a possibility. But what's funny is that Rapport also has taken his time to get to this position.
Yeah.
And just really unusual scenario where you're like in a totally theoretical position that maybe neither player really expected to be in.
Right. They're spending like the game is being played entirely on this other plane where they're sort of like saying, okay, what about this position? What about that position? Do I know it? Do they know it? Do I have an idea there? Etc. So the position is famous just because it's been played a lot. That's all we mean by it, Tony Stark. This position, like if you look up this position in a database, you'll find thousands of games. Originally this was an important line through. I'll just show you the move order that is the Moran real quick. It's knight b7 here, Semi-Slav, Queen's Gambit, also pawn triangle, and then after bishop d3 takes here.
Now, David, can I stop you for a second? You used to play these positions as black, right? Like this is like, so which move do you like here for black the most, right? Because there's three of them: a6, bishop d7, and bishop d6.
Yeah, all of them are pretty equal to me, actually. A6 is the old move order. Then bishop d7 was played for a couple decades, and bishop d6 is the most recent of the moves. It looks really awkward. Like, why did you play b5? You're not playing b4 or c5 or whatever, and you're kind of walking into e4, but you can just play e5, and this proves to also be playable for black, or playable-ish, you know. But yeah, this is the main old Moran. And let's say, I mean, you can play a6 or bishop b7 here, and I would say this was the most famous old way of getting to this line. And then c4, trades, bishop c2.
Yeah, queen c7, castles.
And this is probably, you know, the most common way that people got this position a lot. And, you know, here I think bishop d6 might be more common than bishop b7 if you play through this move order. But obviously you could imagine bishop b7, knight g5 has also been played. You get the same position as in the game, but with one more move played, because each player's played an extra move, c6, c5 for black, and bishop d3, c4 for white. So, you know, a really famous position because it's been played millions of times. It's been played by really big names like Kasparov and Kramnik battled this position against each other, for example. So just like establishes it in chess lore. I've got this book somewhere here. Instructive Modern Chess Masterpieces. There's a Kramnik Kasparov game in this line here, or sorry, Kasparov Kramnik.
Kasparov Kramnik. I think Kramnik showed us this game in his when he did a camp, an online camp with a group of us. And yeah, that's an impressive game. That was a crazy game that Kramnik beat Kasparov in, isn't it?
Actually, the position on the cover is from that game.
Mm-hmm.
And I looked at this position on the cover and I was like, what on earth does black do? Like, I can't figure out how it works. And there's just, I mean, it's basically like he's mating Kasparov. And even once I knew that it was probably an important position, like I couldn't figure it out. It's really surprising that he sort of wins with this bishop c6 to b5 idea, cutting off the white king. It's a crazy game. So that, I mean, those are reasons why this position would be famous, right? Is famous players have played it. It's been played a lot of times, and they've even played, you know, specifically famous games from it.
And David, we have Surfer Rosa is I kind of amused me with this very specific question in the chat. What line does Crush play against the semi-Slavs?
Give us your whole repertoire. Surfer Rosa is preparing for a match against you.
Yeah, that's really quite funny. Well, I'll tell you, Surfer Rosa, you know, people who play the Slav against me have to first, you know, get past the exchange Slav lines that I like to play. Mm-hmm. Exchange Slav is quite a weapon, David. You know that?
Yes.
It seems very, very boring, but like I like to play it to win, and I've done quite well with it.
Okay.
Let's line up a match next week. Yeah, that's right. We can play something against the semi-Slav. I'll prepare a few good lines.
What I've noticed, Irina, is that every single game that I've mentioned today, you know of. Even though it's like I just happen to have looked at it or studied it, you remember everything from having seen it at some point.
Yeah, I've spent some time on chess in my life. Yeah.
Yeah. But like, I forget the things that I studied 10 years ago. I only remember what I've studied in the last week, and you seem to have it all still at your fingertips.
Well, you know, that particular game that you just mentioned, I did like a camp with Kramnik just last year. It was I did a couple of camps with him online, and that was one of the games that he showed us. So I mean, I knew the game before. I knew, I kind of like knew of the game before because I think it's in his best games book as well, which I like a lot. But like a more recent memory was because he actually had us like solve, you know, the questions in that game that he faced. It was not easy.
Yeah. So I'm now taking us to a very exciting position between Nepo and Shak, or Nepomniachtchi and Mamedyarov. They're playing an Italian game but it's gotten kind of out of control. Mamedyarov is throwing pawns. Nepo sacked a pawn. So
Wow. So
I
let's
could
go
back
back
up a few
moves.
moves.
Yeah.
So is this far enough? Does this look
Yeah,
kind of
this is
standard to
good.
you here?
Yeah, this looks like we said, it looks quite similar to Aronian Caruana, except obviously it got, okay, Aronian Caruana is literally a draw. I mean, it's already clear. You can just see that game is over.
Yeah.
But this one is not. This one has gone in a really exciting direction. So let's see how so.
Yeah. So at this point, it's the same structure that the other two had, but with all the pieces on the board. Now in this position, Shak plays knight to d7. And Irina, if I were white, I would snap up the bishop on c5. But Nepo went after the other bishop with knight g3 and got that one. So I guess, at this point, I would have been happy as well for white. But Mamedyarov had something in store here. F5.
Yeah.
Fighting back on the light squares or weakening his light squares, depending on how you look at it. And I think that I calculated knight f5 g6 as not being good.
Right.
So that would be partly his justification for being able to make this thrust here with f5. But at the same time, I mean, black has no light square control, right? The knights are both controlling dark squares at the moment.
Yeah, f5 is definitely interesting. Like his bishop on c5 is pretty active. Got good control over the center. So yeah, let's see what happens. How did white fight back?
So white fought back by immediately sacking a pawn and exploding the center and opening the e file, which is controversial.
Yeah.
My question to you would be, if we just played, I don't know, bishop d2, rook 81 from white, did black have in mind to be the one to sack a pawn with e4 and then knight e5? That's kind of like, well, I'm wondering, like, to what extent Nepo was kind of, forced into d4.
Yeah, well, if bishop d2, e4 is definitely interesting because it's not even a pawn sack, is it? It's not even a pawn sack because you can't really take it. If you take it and I take, like f2 is going to hang.
Takes.
Yeah, f2 is going to hang and seems to be really in black's favor.
Takes. The queen is hit. Okay, that's okay. So e4 is just a straight up threat.
Yep, you can say that.
If we can't take it.
I mean, yeah, going queen e2 or something doesn't look
right.
We can show the line because after queen e2, then knight e5, and then after pawn e4, even f4 is like very, very tempting. I mean,
right. This is what I had in mind before I realized that f2 was hanging, Irina, was e4 is a pawn sack, then knight e5 and push the f pawn to f3. So I don't know if it goes to h5 or f5. There was a game between Aronian and Caruana where Aronian was white and Caruana played like f4, f3, and Aronian survived it. He had this knight on h5 that looked like it looked like it should be lost or something to queen g5, and somehow he survived the whole thing. But this looks fairly strong for black. I mean, I'm just remembering it because in that game, I also thought that black was killing, and then Aronian held it all together.
By the way, Aronian and Fabi just agreed to a draw. So,
yeah, the snooze of the day. So, yeah, for completeness sake, folks, he went for bishop e6, which Irina was asking, would he counter that bishop? Aronian's knight on g3 that avoided the trade decided, why did I bother?
Wow.
Why did I bother?
That's quite the concession there.
Yeah, just came back and back and back.
Nice. And repetition, they found it.
Yeah.
An early game. Okay.
Repetition.
Well,
I almost just closed down my whole browser there. I was like, okay, I guess everything's done.
Yeah, I mean, Aronian, I'm sure he came to play today. I mean, he played e4, which I think is his like sign that he came to play. And Fabi, you know, he's giving Fabi the chance to play the Sicilian. Fabi went for, you know, the more solid option in his repertoire, and Aronian just didn't seem to have that much there. He might have been counting. He might have been counting on Fabi playing the Sicilian. Like maybe he was thinking, look, I'm giving you an invitation, man. Like, you know, I'm not really that, you know, much of an E4 player in my heart. So like, you can play the Sicilian against me. Go ahead, do it. And then Fabi was like, nope. And then it was like, okay, well, I don't have anything against the Petrov.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, he even tried to avoid the Petrov. I mean, what more is Aronian to do? You know, sometimes the great players don't let you play chess, right? Sometimes when they've got black and you come in with great intentions and they just shut you down.
Yeah. So okay. So by the way, yeah, we have some also. Can I just tell? Okay, well let's get to this game, but there are some other interesting developments on other boards. We'll get into that later. So D4.
Okay. Yeah. So D4 maybe largely forced by this E4 kind of threat. It was taken. Then Nepo develops the bishop, and this actually stops knight E5. Right, D4, bishop F4, maybe the only way to keep that knight off of E5, which was a little bit scary.
Nice idea, by the way. I kind of like it.
Yeah, and then you know, like what's black supposed to do now with those knights, right? And Mamedyarov's answer, I think, is to play G5 and try and kick the bishop off of E5, right? So first, he takes once, opening up the diagonal.
Yeah, I don't know why that was necessary.
I don't know if he has to, because, you know, CD4, knight D4 is happening never. You know, Nepo's not taking that.
Well, the thing is, it might happen someday, because if you go G5 and you open the diagonal, like, I'm just kind of curious why he didn't go G5 immediately, right? So there was something he didn't like here. But what it was, I'm not so sure. Yeah, maybe just bishop D2. Maybe that's just it. White has sacked the pawn, but obviously has a safer king, and the two bishops. You got to be really, really careful.
Yeah, we have to look further at 95 though.
Yeah, I don't love
really understand
where this is going for black.
Queen finds a spot, and now what's the question? Bishop G5 is threatened. Oof. So the structure is close to collapse. F4, knight E4, and black stuff is hanging faster than white stuff. I know we dream of breaking white's king with F3, but you know, knight G5 and knight C5 must be respected here. Interesting. So G5 is going to have like a very high risk factor. So he traded on C3 first, and somehow this is going to make it better. Let's see. G5, bishop E3. Aha. Now on bishop D2, there's knight E5 and the bishop's hanging, so you can't play queen H5.
Is this the position on the board, or they've already
almost? White played bishop E3 here instead of bishop D2, but now also black can protect the G5 pawn just by trading. And that is what black did. Now there's a pawn fork that probably wins if white takes with rook or queen. So white took with the F pawn, and
okay, so we can actually say it is quite clear that like black has a very nice position, because white has lost the bishop pair, and the king on H8 is no longer in any danger from the dark squared bishop. That's like a great boost to black's position. White's pawns are not amazing. I mean, having to capture back with the F pawn on E3 and like close up your rook, I would say this is terrible. And you can see it by Nepomniachtchi's clock. You know, he's 15 minutes down on the clock, but this is a guy that sometimes plays his whole game with like just using the increments. So for him, this is like means he really doesn't like his position, wasn't happy with it. And black is going to put a knight on E5 shortly. I'm pretty sure about that.
Yeah. Now you're making me wish that I could see Nepo's face. You know, we're missing the player cameras, and when he's unhappy with his position, I mean, that's some of the best. Yeah, that's some of the best faces you can get.
So we have Agent 77's asking, what do I think of Nakamura's chances in the candidates tournament in Madrid? You know, it's really hard to make predictions when it's like the best players in the world and they're really not far from each other.
Yeah.
You know, Nakamura. Well, I feel like Nakamura surprised a lot of people by even qualifying for the candidates kind of at the last minute like that, by winning the Grand Prix and after having not been focused as much on playing for the last couple of years. And the fact that he came back from his like streaming career just to like quite convincingly win these tournaments, I think was a great sign. I mean, personally, I am going to be rooting for him. I would love to see a match, Nakamura Carlsen, that we've been sort of wanting to see for like the last maybe 15 years. And I will be commentating on Hikaru's channel during the candidates, at least for tournaments. Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Nice. Well, then clearly, I mean, he had to pick somebody who would actually be rooting for him.
Yeah, no, I will be rooting for him. I will also be rooting for, our other American qualifier, Caruana. And so I hope one of these guys does well. And do I think he has chances? Yeah, I do. I think maybe like there has to be a reason why he qualified, right? Like maybe like the door is finally open for him, because I mean, otherwise, like it wouldn't even have made that much sense. Like after switching over to streaming, that he suddenly makes it into the candidates like that. So I'm hoping that that's a sign that, good things are going to happen for him there.
Yeah. I was thinking like one of the safer predictions you could make about the candidates for any player when asked about their performance is that they'll probably finish between +2 and -2. Because it's like a really, really tight, close field, and nobody's likely to, win or lose 5 games, So
yeah. I just hope he brings his like really aggressive, confident like style. And I got to tell you like a little Hikaru story. I was at the Olympiad. I think it was, for some reason, I'm thinking it was 2006 Olympiad. It was like a match, USA, Russia, really big match. I think it was playing Kramnik. And I'm pretty sure it's 2006, but it could have been a bit later, There was like, so anyway, he was playing a game against Kramnik. And at some point when he started to do well, it was like he kind of got up from the board and he was like kind of like making these punching, motions, like he was like pummeling Kramnik into the ground. I mean, I love that. Really aggressive. We need that, Naka. Make sure you come with that attitude to the candidates, so no one mistakes your intentions for peaceful.
All right. And we will get to see the cameras from that. So we will get to see the punching. Hopefully. So
yeah, like I really like to have some emotion in chess, and I like it's very important, right? For chess is like a pretty quiet game. Players are pretty stoic, and so it's very nice to get that real intensity of feeling from the players.
Yeah. And we've got a question in chat whether the candidates were moved to Madrid, and I think the answer is yes.
Where were they moved from, though? I think they were always scheduled for Madrid.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know about where they're moved from, but yeah, my understanding is they are being played in Madrid.
There was a game where I beat Hikaru. Yeah, that was early 2000s. That was actually a tournament where I made my first GM norm. I was 17. Hikaru was even younger. He was already over 2,400. And that was, I think he probably played the King's Indian against me as black.
Nice.
22 years ago, guys. Yeah.
Jeez.
I know, right? It's like ancient dinosaurs.
Oh my God. That's around the time I first played him. Yeah. Yeah.
I played Hikaru my last time in classical chess. I think I played him at a World Open in 2005. And that game was like a draw. He played some kind of an anti-Sicilian line with knight c3, knight c6, bishop b5. And after that game, I don't know if I ever told you that story, David. I was like so tired after playing him, and I had to play another game that day, that it kind of turned me off from the 2 rounds a day tournaments in the US for like years. Like after I played that tournament, I was just like, this is terrible. Like I play a game, my brain is totally fried after like 5 hours of play. And then you got to sit down to play another similar length game. And so for a while, I was just like, no, I'm going to go and play those tournaments in Europe and enjoy the one game a day.
Yeah. I mean, it's kind of, it goes both ways, partly because I like things that are really intense, right? And so there's an appeal to being completely exhausted or doing something where you and your opponent both get completely exhausted, and seeing who can get better at surviving those kind of long US tournament days. But then also, I mean, when you play a tournament in Europe, it's so nice and pleasant and thoughtful, and you get to prepare and think about your games and analyze your games during the tournament. So that's also kind of delicious.
Yeah, there's the one thing I like about the 2 rounds a day is that US life is really fast paced, and it's just very hard for American players to take off like a couple of weeks to play a chess tournament, and for myself included. So I do appreciate that it's kind of compressed. You can play a tournament over 5 days, but also as you get older, your energy is finite, right? So like the 2 rounds a day is definitely harder the older you get.
Yeah, maybe a bishop c2 threat here for Nepo.
Can you show us the last couple of moves, David?
Yeah. So after queen h5, queen f6 was played, covering the kingside squares, preparing queen g6, rook f1, starting to focus on f5. I think logically queen g6 getting off the file of the rook, but onto the diagonal of the bishop, right? So white retreats, and I feel like bishop c2 is a likely next move from white. Like if I just sort of play rook a e8 or something like that without any particular thought.
Yeah, I wish black could, go h5, h4 and kick that knight away, but of course you can't go to h5.
Yeah, and that would help us win control over f5.
Yeah, so it doesn't look so terrible for white, despite the fact that white is down a pawn. Definitely, one thing I realized from yesterday's game, David, that Dominguez won against Deak, right? Is this very important idea that you got to use what your opponent doesn't have, right? And so in this position, you got a bishop, they got a knight. And so you just want to use your bishop as effectively as possible, right? So whether it's the b3 diagonal or as you said, going to c2, that's like your weapon in this position, that bishop. As long as you can use them effectively, you're going to have a chance in this game.
Yeah, if this knight on c6 goes to e7 to counter the pressure on f5, it's just going to be very awkward, right? It's going to be undefended on e7. The e5 knight will be undefended. You'll even be blocking a rook from defending the knight. So those pieces would be very loose. But as long as the knight sits on c6, it's kind of a superfluous piece, right? I mean, a pawn on d6 would do the same job of supporting the knight. Other than that, c6 is doing nothing.
And also, if you go knight to e7, you got to watch out for queen b5. Annoying
queen
little
b5,
annoying little double attack, and so this queen dropping in is quite problematic. So okay, let's think of some actual moves here for black. But it's difficult.
I've been thinking bishop c2 is so annoying that we might need to look at some really complicated lines with f4.
Makes sense.
With the idea that if white, traded and moved the knight, f3 would be very strong again. But of course, white's not going to. They're going to play bishop c2 and then sink the knight on f5 after I back up like this. And then I don't really know what to think of it. So
yeah,
that's
what
I'm
threatening the pawn already.
That's as far as I've gotten. That's all I was thinking of.
Yeah, no, I mean, okay. And basically, the bottom line is I do think white has a playable position. It's not as bad as I thought, because a few moves ago I know I was quite pessimistic about white's position. This is definitely in the realm of compensation to me. So shall we go and take a look at our, well, we know Diak there's nothing happening there. That game will just be a second Aronian Caruana prototype. Do you like it, David? Do you want to commentate on this position? I invite you to do so.
Very, very solid play. Wesley found a good continuation after rook c. After white doubles rooks on the c file. There's a mild pressure from white in that the knight on b8 is kind of stuck there, and if it goes to d7, then knight c6, knight e7, and bishop a3.
David, can I interject for a second? Yeah. Do you remember? I think Wesley loves the knight on b8 because there's another game in this tournament where he also used that knight on b8 very effectively, actually. In that game, he was like protecting the c6 pawn against Caruana and almost won. And in this game, it's like he left it there to protect a6. So, you know, it's funny that in one tournament, Wesley has actually broken the rule of, you know, developing knights in the opening, but it's fine. You know, it's fine. Of course, there's a reason he's doing it and it's worked out for him.
Yeah. And here, I mean, he came up with a strong continuation. I mean, sometimes I would try and force the knight off of b8. I would try to just solve my problem as I would see it. But when you take the knight off of b8, then a6 and c6 become weak. So actually, he trades and plays queen d7, covering light squares with the queen, dark squares with the bishop, and brings the other rook over to c8. And that more or less kills the game. I would say he's solidly equal. Next up, he can play queen to d5. We could predict, you know, knight c4, queen d5 as being the next moves. And you're right, he doesn't seem to be making any particular attempt to win the game. So we will skedaddle and get back to
Firouzja. By the way, Firouzja, he's kind of setting up what I was talking to you about. Not that many moves have been played, but you know what's really interesting? That Black just went b5. Yeah, he didn't need to prepare it at all, right? Because the
same thing we were saying about e4, right? We had considered rook b8, and then could white just play e4 without preparing it any further? Well, Black didn't prepare b5. Black just played it.
Right. I don't know how I didn't mention that, because knight b5, you just play rook b8 and you get the pawn back. And I guess that is totally fine for Black.
Yeah. Yeah. Beyond fine. Like in the closed Sicilian sometimes, right? You just have to play b5 without a6 or rook b8. And in the English, right? There are positions where you play b4, and if they take it, rook b1, and you collect on b7. So yeah, so he just played b5 right away, and that really tells Firouzja you don't have a lot of time, right? So why didn't Firouzja play e4 here?
Yeah.
And I know they've only played one move in the last half hour since we saw them, but they each spent a lot of effort on their move, and it was an important move. So e4, d4, bishop h6, we know is sort of the first question to ask about this. And
well, there's not a huge difference, David. I mean, I don't think there's a huge difference between what we looked at and whether the rook is on b8 and the pawn on b6 or even on b5. Like, I would assume it's quite similar to what we looked at, in the sense that it's pretty crazy, you know, and very double-edged.
Yeah. So the answer would be some long variations that they looked at, and Firouzja decided not to do this.
Yeah. He pulled the queen back to f2, and that's something that I was mentioning as like the setup that I envisioned for white, with the knight maybe going to you know, g3 at some point, but you have to solidify the queen. So now the question for me, okay, Black cannot play a5 just yet, right? He needs to slow down a little bit, because if he does play a5, well, now white can just safely grab the pawn.
Yeah, let me show that. Once there's no a pawn, actually this rook b8 thing doesn't work.
Yeah, you can solidify your knight and you don't have to give the pawn back. So that means Firouzja does have a little bit of time. Yeah. And by the way, David, you know why he might have played queen f2? Because now e4, because he lined up the queen with the rook. And now if he just goes e4, Black will not be able to take that pawn. So this was actually, does have quite a decent point behind it.
Yeah, it's interesting because queen f2 kind of leaves e4 and g4 both hanging. But by doubling on the F file, he is currently probably threatening E4, as far as we can tell. I mean, I played a random placeholder move for black in rook B8, but as far as I can tell, this position looks dramatically bad for black. Although I guess even here, no, the knight's hanging. There's no time to defend F7 and get out of the way of E5. The knight's just literally hanging. So let's go back. Queen F2 is played. What would make sense for black? Well, to defend F7 here with a move like Queen D7, right? Or to defend the knight with a move like Bishop G7, because perhaps after here takes, and then Queen D7, right? Since the knight was protected, black has time to just move the queen, and then white's pawns are still both hanging.
Yeah, Bishop G7 is an interesting move. You know, in our chat, I'm being asked if I've played any of the guys in this tournament.
Yeah, let's see.
I started going through memory lane.
Probably not Firouzja. He's
not
too much of a kid.
Yeah, he's a little young. It came up more recently. Okay, so I did play Levon Aronian in a tournament, I believe in Reykjavik, probably like, I would say 2004 when I was playing the Reykjavik Open. So that was a game I lost in the English opening. He was, you know, not the extremely famous Levon Aronian of today, but he was at that time, I think his rating might even have been like, maybe like quite low, like 2580. And then, or maybe a little over to like, or maybe like 2600. He wasn't yet like a 2700 rated player. He was a bit like coming to that a bit later in the next couple of years after that. And now Wesley So, yeah, I played him in a tournament in Edmonton in a kind of a round robin tournament some years ago. Wow, it is crazy to think that it might have been already like 10 years, like or 10 or 11 years, 2011 or 12. And he was rated around, 2,700 back then, right before kind of he entered the world elite. And that game was a draw, like I was white in an English opening. And yeah, I haven't played Jan or Shaq or Richard. I lost to Richard Report in a game in Malta. We were doing an interesting like event there some years ago. That was 2015, I think. And never played Vachier. And the only other person here that I've played is Caruana. And I won one game against him in Wake on Zay 2008. You remember that, David, right? That was a big win. For me because Fabiano won that tournament. So he only lost one game. And then a few years later, I lost to him in a tournament at the Reykjavik Open.
Okay. How do you like the Reykjavik Open?
Oh, I mean, it was pretty good. So I've been to Reykjavik a number of times. That first time was in 2004. And in the beginning, it was really expensive. So, you know, really expensive for like, foreigners. Like I remember eating like hamburgers and like, like you could barely afford a decent meal in Reykjavik. Actually, it was that expensive, but when I came back there later, it was after their currency like devaluation. It suddenly had become a lot more affordable, and you can actually, not feel like you're going broke, having a few meals a day. So it was a lot better. And overall, Iceland is quite nice. They got those famous like hot springs, the Blue Lagoon. I went there a few times. So I think I went riding on the Icelandic ponies. I did that a number of times. Like every time I would go to Iceland, I would do that tour on the lava fields and like, so there's a lot to do, I think, in Iceland. And the Reykjavik Open itself, it was in a kind of a nice venue, the Harpa Hall. Yeah, I recommend this tournament for sure.
Cool. Cool.
All right. Thanks for listening to me, guys, for my long walk down memory lane here.
That's what everyone's here for. So maybe we should check out Rapport and Vachier-Lagrave for a moment. I I'm not sure. Like, let's say Dominguez played queen d7, which kind of directly prevents e4, I would say. I'm not sure what Firouzja's next idea is. I don't know if you want to search for that or see what Richard and Maxime are up to.
Yeah, I think well, so basically queen d7, by protecting the pawn, you're basically stopping e4, right?
Yeah, I think it fully prevents it.
Fully prevents it. So you're saying you want me to like prepare it some more with something like knight g3.
Mm-hmm. And then perhaps also h3.
Right. Mm-hmm.
Because right now we have insufficient defense on e4 and g4. It seems like a tall order for Firouzja to figure out. So I don't know if we want to just let him try and figure it out.
Yeah, so basically the key in this position, guys, is that white must prepare this move e4. Otherwise, they have no real plan besides that. And then once black improves their situation on the queen side and gets those pawns rolling, white's going to be in trouble. So knight g3 and e4 is like kind of imminent, I think.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, like let's now move on to the game between Reports and Vachier, which is now in an end game. I don't know if it's very interesting. It might not be.
Wow, let's see.
Certainly
E5 got played here.
Mm-hmm. It's not the main move, I believe, but okay.
I was wondering about it though when we were here, because it looks very logical with the black king not able to castle queenside in this line. Can
you go knight e4, or is that just
so black took it?
Yeah. Okay.
Rook e1.
Queen d6.
Queen d6. Oh, we got an endgame right away, huh?
Yeah, there was not that exciting, Kasper Kramnik, play.
Yeah. Oh, I guess this e5 move doesn't keep that much tension, huh?
Yeah, no, I think that's why it's not the main move, but so Vachier was like, yeah, you're not supposed to do that. There's a reason. And this is just heading towards a draw, isn't it? So yeah, he's going to take the bishop, because what else could he possibly do? The bishop is strong. He's going to take, and then, oh, it's beautiful. He's going to take it, and then he's going to trade more pieces, David.
With knight e4? Oh, no.
I think there's a chance.
Yeah.
Or he could, well, he can also go rook e7. Like, I don't know if that's productive, but he might throw in.
Mm-hmm.
He might throw in rook e7. The other rook can't really join. How about rook b8 here? Maybe just rook b8.
Yeah.
Okay, there's a little pressure by white. Now, of course, he's not going to trade off everything with knight e4, but black actually wants to play b4 at some point. Black has a very far advanced queenside majority, and at some point he will start to want to use it. So white needs to, white's pawn majority is not set in motion at all for the moment. So I do think black is fine, and I think that he's thinking here, which is interesting. Like, does he really want to do something other than take the bishop? Like, I would be so surprised if he did not take that bishop. Like, what else could be an alternative here? You better take that bishop before it goes back to b6 or a7 is what I would think, because I think the bishop has more potential than the knight. The knight looks nice, but but it's not on an outpost, right?
Oh, I have another idea.
Yeah.
I mean, you're not going to like it either, but knight e4.
Knight e4.
Knight e4 here, because if we trade the knight on f6, we can try to play rook d7 and make some use of the knight on e6.
Okay. All right. That's interesting. Go ahead. Let's try it.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not expecting much of this, to be clear. But I go knight e4, and I mean, I don't know if you've got a move like just bishop e7. That would be really bad for me if you had bishop e7.
Yeah, that's probably it, isn't it? It seems like a nice answer.
Oof, that didn't work out.
Yeah, you might really ultimately you might really regret not having taken that bishop. So I don't think white can really play around too much.
Oh, Wait, maybe knight d6. Maybe knight d6 is enough to not get too deep into any regrets.
Right.
Right?
Yeah. Force at
I've
least
got
one of my bishops off the
I
board.
got knight f5 coming as well.
Yeah, no, I think I'll take it, and it's just going to be equal.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
So
takes.
still thinking, wow. No, okay, but let's look at knight takes c5, and like just that seems like it's still going to be the main line.
So I have a thought here, Irene. I know we played rook b8 before, but I've got an idea to play for an advantage with Vachier's side. So if I can play black, I'm going to play bishop c6 to play rook e8 and trade white's good piece.
Yeah. Well, I was a little afraid about rook c7 here, but I mean, are you planning to go like knight e8 or
Oh,
no?
I don't know. I just hadn't seen that coming. So
I was a little afraid of that pin.
Rook c7.
Knight e8. We found a repetition.
Knight e8.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I wanted to play for an advantage for black. Let me see. Can I play? Yeah, this is my moment to play b4 first, and then I'll play knight e8.
Really?
Because the bishop on c2 is hanging, I'll have this trick to.
But if I go knight e4, like really, David?
Yeah.
Wow. That's the trick. Okay.
I'm going to take advantage of my bad rook on c5.
Can report. So he played a3. Wow. Wow. Okay. He did not take the bishop. So look at that. My strong prediction did not take place.
He's committed to the tension. Against bishop b6, there is knight takes g7 with rook e7.
Okay. Well, that's an important line, isn't it?
And yeah, and I was also thinking of like rook d6 first, which also seems playable, but maybe not so good.
Yeah, okay. Now that's a very important point. So he's basically saying, look, a3 is useful for me. I want to like slow down your pawns, and your bishop is not really going anywhere. It cannot escape from me.
Yeah, he thinks this knight's good enough. He can hold this tension.
Got it. All right. Well, no, I have to agree with that point. Because as long as black cannot preserve the bishop, because I hadn't seen knight g7 coming, but yeah, that's very important.
Yeah, I've been looking for some way to do that.
Yeah, I should open my. Is it okay that I don't see tactics before like 10 a.m., David? Can I just use that?
As long as you don't play tournaments where the games start before 10 a.m., it should be fine.
I try not to. And I never really do very well with the morning games, I have to admit.
The American Cup was like at what, 1 p.m.?
1, which is early. 1 p.m. is early for chess tournaments, but that's what it always is in St. Louis. So I'm quite used to that. And like things like Olympiads, they tend to start at like 3 p.m. actually.
This one here in Romania starts at 3 p.m. local time.
Yeah. It's interesting because in St. Louis, you have only one chance to eat before the round, but like if the round's at 3, you actually should think a little bit about that, how many meals you need to get in. Okay, so we need to find a useful move for black. Given that black has almost no moves, it's a little tricky.
I mean, if we accept that the bishop's not better than the knight, we could play bishop f8 just to then play rook c to e8 and, you know, put the king on f8, cover the e7 square.
Yeah, also, like, how about as like of a move is rook a b8? Because I know this is one of the kind of places I can put my rook to, because you don't have a dark squared bishop. So I'm just trying to like keep my pieces out of your path.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really have any plans for Richard other than knight e4. I think he's got something else in mind, but we've got a question about a pawn break with a4 from Ariane. Ariane, the problem is that in general, black wants to play b4. So if you play a4 to try and open something up, black pushes past you with b4, and these pawns are just more and more dangerous to queen. So playing a4 actually hurts white a little bit here. And that's kind of a general theme that you need to know where you're stronger or weaker on the chessboard. And right now, if you look at this position, where do you think black is stronger and where do you think white is stronger? I would say, personally, black's stronger around the c4, b5 pawns. They look pretty strong. And there's also rooks on A8 and C8 on those files. And white looks a little bit better on the two files where white's rooks are. So A4 is sort of an aggressive move where you are probably not as strong as the opponent.
Yeah, no, A3 made a lot of sense, actually, holding off the B4 pawn for sure. So let's try that rook B8 move again, David.
Mm-hmm.
And then we are going to, after we're done drawing our conclusions about this position, we can go for a short break and then come back. So rook A B8. What are you going to do? Take on C5 finally? Because now, by the way, David, now that my bishop's protected, I actually can go bishop B6 or bishop A7. Because you don't have the knight G7 tactic anymore.
Yeah. Honestly, I just don't have too much going on, period.
So you got to take on C5. Just go ahead and do it.
Okay.
Just like take it and then like rook E7 and let's just see what's going on here. By the way, there's king F8 in a lot of positions, which king F8 actually seems like a pretty useful move. Just kicking out the rook.
Yeah.
So rook E7 invasion. No, I like rook A B8. I'm willing to bet he's going to play that move. What do you think, David? I mean, like how, like I would be willing to put $1 on this.
I mean, now that you showed it to me, it looks pretty strong. It looks pretty strong here. If Black wants to play A5 and B4 in this position, they'll probably need the rook on B8 to defend the B5 pawn now, and you can't make progress until you do that. Very much like Dominguez and Firouzja, right? If Dominguez wants to make progress with the queen side, he's going to have to play A5, and to do that, he's going to have to play rook B8 probably to defend the B5 pawn at some point. So it's similar pawn majority there, right? Yeah, if you ignore the center pawns, it's the same structure. Rook B8 looks really good to me, Irina. I wouldn't bet against you on that one.
Okay, good. But you don't have to bet against me. I'm just betting against nobody. I'm just betting in general.
Yeah.
You know, but I will consider that I've won $1 if he plays rook A B8. And you know, yeah, Dominguez played queen D7, the move you suggested, to protect F7.
Mm-hmm.
And that game is still really looking interesting. So I feel like Dominguez Firouzja is a good one to come back to. And then we have what else could possibly, I mean, I think Nepomniachtchi Mamedyarov still has some promise, actually, because you know, Mamedyarov is up a pawn. It's still a really sharp position. So I mean, I'm sure he's going to want to get his first win in this tournament. And let's go for our break, David, and we will see you guys in a few minutes. Hi guys, we are back with our coverage of the 7th round of the Superbet Chess Classic Romania 2022. We got 3 games still in play. Most exciting, I think, is Firouzja-Dominguez, but also Nepomniachtchi Mamedyarov. There's quite a bit of action there. So what do you think, David? Which one do you want to go to?
Yeah, I think we can recap some moves from the Nepo game. So I'll just back us up to the last position we'd seen. We'd briefly seen, I think, that that Nepo got the bishop to c2, but before that, a clever little move from Shak. I was thinking maybe f4. You mentioned that on bishop c2, knight e7, there might be queen b5, picking up a pawn with a double attack, and look at this little a6 move. Well outside the range of moves that I would consider during a game myself. Yeah, I mean, just way beyond what I would think of. But he just stops the queen b5 and allows this awkward knight placement on e7. So very, very interesting to me. Then Nepo keeps going after f5, doubles the rooks. They both double the rooks.
I'm amazed at how the eval bar doesn't like Mamedyarov's setup, even though it looks so natural. So is it this is the no, it's not the current position on the board yet. So
no, we haven't even caught up just yet.
We've got more action. Okay.
So chase the rook. But now, of course, the white pieces aren't attacking f5, so it's okay to move the rook.
And g4, right?
And g4. Locking in the knight on h5 and maybe pressuring f5 some more. Obviously, g4 cannot be taken because the rook on f8 is completely hanging.
Well, he literally just wants to go knight g3 on the next move and win that pawn, knight g3, and then basically go back with bishop c2 if needed. And the only thing that's changed is that now his pawn is on g4, delivering extra pressure to the f5 pawn. I think this has been obviously a very nice sequence of events for Nepo. Definitely don't feel like black has this under control. I feel like this could completely blow up. I wouldn't be shocked if we saw even like a third Mamedyarov loss in this tournament, just based on what we see right now.
Yeah. Now I thought here he might go for knight d3, but he actually put the rook on d3 in this position, which looks quite surprising to me. Now, you might be happy he didn't play knight d3 because this is the continuation that I was considering. Knight d3, rook f3, knight e5, rook f2. It occurred to me because, I mean, I know black has the extra pawn, but it really feels like black's under pressure and, does not have any control on the position. But we got rook d3, which seems to really walk into bishop c2. And as we were speaking, Nepo just played bishop c2.
Okay, so what is this about? I mean, he's going to take the pawn on c3, but well, actually, is he? Yeah. He did. Look, I'm scared for him. I was going to say he's going to do it, but then I'm like, remember that diagonal? Remember that diagonal against the king? Like now, by taking that pawn, you actually are opening yourself up to the queen coming to b2. I am so nervous for him because I don't think the 2 pawns he has on the queen side are going to be that relevant for a long time. And now, like, let's say well, so many moves, right? Like you can look at, I would say knight g3 is my first. Let's just look at the simple one, although there might be, I don't know. They can't play f4 because the pawn is pinned to the queen. So.
Right. If f4, the bishop is here. If you sack the rook first and play f4, probably also not too good. So that pawn looks like it is down for the count.
Yeah, this is really interesting that the computer bar doesn't like this knight g3. So there must be some good move here for black. Maybe queen b6, David. Maybe queen b6.
Queen b6. I was not expecting anything on the queen side.
Yeah, finding the weakness on e3 and also kind of covering b2 and getting out of the pin. So now you're threatening f4. And now on
Right.
knight takes f5, knight takes f5, I suppose we'll be doing all right with rook takes e3 at some point.
Right. So trade this once because f8's hanging with check, and then rook e3, and white is surprised to be slaughtered here.
Yeah, because you don't never want to have your king lined up into a discovered check.
And if we just take our time and try and play king h1,
yeah, rook e3 or even
right,
rook e3 is just quite nice. Yeah.
then you just sort of take this pawn anyway, hitting the queen, hitting the knight. That spot is so weak. He must have had something like this in mind with rook d3. But okay, let me try and do something nice for white since that didn't work out. Queen d2, rook c5, queen d4, rook a5, bishop f5. And my idea is to try and win the knight on e5 after general exchanges.
Yeah. No, rook c3 is really playing with fire by Mamedyarov. Really playing with fire. I can't stress that enough. Like how the king on h8, like from the very beginning, I was like comfortable with black's position. Once he traded the dark squared bishops off the board and the pawn was on c3, the king felt quite safe. And you take that pawn on c3 and all of that completely is erased, right? Now your dark squares are actually in play again. So your move with queen d2 makes a lot of sense, David. And I do think Nepo has an excellent chance of finding it. It's like a tempo.
I could also leave queen d4 hanging over black's head because I'm realizing queen d8 could also be a mate threat. So maybe I should just trade first.
Wow.
Like towards this position, right, Irina? And now I'm threatening queen d8 or queen d4. And when the knight is locked in like this, taking away 2 squares near the king, it's just mating nets everywhere.
Yeah, no, I'm going to be very sad for Shaq if he loses a third one. Like -3 is just a bad score. Like where you definitely start to feel depressed about your tournament if you haven't yet.
Yeah. This game here would also be 10 games in a row without a win for Shaq.
10 games in a row. Where else?
Yeah, going back to, I think he played Bundesliga or one of the European leagues before he came here. And they much is made of those long streaks without losing. Like Magnus 120 games, Dingley Ren 100 games. Or I guess maybe 125 for Magnus and 120 for Ding. But I think it would be cool to track streaks of games without a win. Because I mean, you could have a guy like Rajabov at 2760, maybe he sometimes plays 20 games without winning a game. That's like crazy. Right. How could you be top 10 in the world, but literally never win a game?
Yeah, that's pretty funny. So finding the player that is the least hot.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty funny.
Yeah, just right, oh yeah, this guy hasn't won a game since 2019. He's just been coasting on his rating.
Let's take a look, David, at Richard Rapport versus Vachier because Rapport kind of stays true to himself in a way. He never took that bishop. As I said, that really surprised me, but he allowed that bishop to stay on the board.
Vachier played all the moves you would have played here. Rook b8 first to give you $1. Then as soon as bishop b7 was defended against the knight g7, rook e7 trick, he says, no, you're not getting my bishop anymore. Rapport doing some weird stuff. I mean, at least he's using his his pawn majority. But I mean,
he wants to go with g5 and rook d7. He just wants to get into the 7th rank in a different way. It is interesting. I have to hand it to him. Like he found a way to continue the game that I honestly just didn't conceive of. Like, I think just visually, like I know the latent power of those bishops. And so I would just, I wasn't even considering like letting them stay on the board, but Vachier is like, no, my knight is really good. And I have some attacking chances because of that knight. So, that's, it's impressive that Rapport's, even in a position where it looks like everything is coming off the board, he's like, no, this endgame can actually be played. So what is King F1 about, David?
I mean, maybe there's some lines where he wants to lift the D1 rook. So he wants the E1 rook to be defended in those cases, although.
Or he wants to go F4. Is that even possible? Like F4 and.
If
Maybe
anything comes up with
J5.
this knight, bishop. Oh, you're right. That must be much more likely. Yeah.
So can you tell me why he didn't go G5? I'm very interested. Let's figure that out.
Yeah. Let's have a look. All right. So G5. So I had considered the move bishop C8 here for black, as well as sort of like more obvious moves like knight H5. It would be nice for white to take over D5, huh?
Well, yeah, knight H5, I kind of agree. Bishop C8, you're also right, actually. Why not bishop C8? Bishop C8 looks like a pretty good move. Threatening. Knight. I mean, I say good, but I suppose some calculation is required.
Yeah,
that
like
one I'm
I-
not
I
so
can't-
sure about. That one, yeah, that one I'm not so sure about knight G7 because,
I mean, this seems pretty safe for black.
yeah. Rook E7, king. Well, safe, I don't know. It still seems completely crazy. But rook B7, I guess, would be making it a bit more safe for black here. I mean, maybe like that.
Maybe knight D5 though.
Knight D5, yeah, win something, doesn't it?
Okay, it's pretty intricate. I'll say this, like I have a lot of faith in Rapport's understanding of chess and his endgame technique, like ideas of what to do. I think you're absolutely right that he's planning F4, F5, and that's why he moved the king off of this diagonal. I mean, I don't know what the defense is to G5, but
yeah, knight H5 was also like the other move you said. It also needs to be looked at. Because I like the knight, the way he protects G7. That's really the point. Because now rook D7 is no big deal. You can even go bishop C8 as long as G7 is protected. Yeah, so that's why he didn't do it, because it just takes the poison out of rook D7 here. So
yeah.
shall we go back?
Yeah, knight H5 is good. Okay, so he plays king F1, and we get rook E7 from Maxime. And I mean, I think Maxime's probably thinking of rook B to E8, right, to resolve things. He probably, yeah, probably wants to take rooks off the board here, or get the knight out of E6. But F4 and then F5, I mean, that knight seems there to stay. It will kill the bishop on C2 though.
Yeah. F4. Well, I mean, you're going to need to support the knight somehow, aren't you?
Right.
So I think he probably is going to have to do this.
So then basically the dream scenario for white now is to play knight E4 and trade all the pieces except the dark squared bishop.
Yeah.
And then play with the F5 pawn and knight E6 against the dark squared bishop. That could be quite good for white. It's possible.
Yeah, I agree. And I really like what Rapport is doing here just to keep this game going. And it's definitely not as simple as I thought. And, chess is paradoxical. Like normally when the opponent has like two amazing raking the board bishops like that on B7 and B6, they're completely open, right, on the long diagonals by the king. I mean, that's worth a lot in chess, and you almost never want to give your opponent something like that. So he made a very interesting judgment that, the knight on E6 was worth it to allow black to have those beautiful bishops. And yeah, I mean, he's going to try to neutralize one of them, and he's going to leave the dark squared bishop on the board, and he's going to, most of his pawns are on the light squares where the bishop can't touch them. So he's going to try to basically make the bishop on B6 kind of out of play, eventually go D6 and make the case that the knight on E6 is a better piece than the bishop on B6.
By the way, he's just played F4. That's the live position. If we go to our analysis position, I wonder about bishop C8 from black, just trying to get rid of the piece that is bothering us. What would be the calculation there?
Yeah, the calculation is that we're not going to let you take.
Knight G7 doesn't do anything.
Doesn't work, right? No, it doesn't.
I feel like Knight
Knight
F4
F4, yeah,
doesn't
Knight
lose
F4.
anything, but it sort of drops White's whole plan. The Knight on E6, I mean, it was partly to control Black's rooks, right? And now seems like a very comfortable endgame.
Okay, let's go back. Let's figure it out. Yeah. Good question though, David. Knight D5, no, it doesn't really do much.
I thought of Knight D5 and Bishop E4, neither's working. Maybe Rook D6 first.
Yeah, Rook D6. Okay, that looks good.
But the bishop could go to C7 or C5 potentially.
Good, yes. I'll have to go to like C6, I guess. And then Bishop B7. I know Bishop B7 I can take on C7. Okay.
Yeah, I felt like now I had to move. I don't know what's going on. I'm just playing like tempo-y kind of moves here. Now maybe try and bring this up. But what am I doing? I mean, I wanted to trade it. I'm being stopped. Can I take now? Yeah, I guess that's even a big question. Last move, right?
Some initiative.
We want to just take it.
Yeah, I would say there's some initiative though after pawn takes.
So now pawn takes, opening up the bishop. G6 is going to be a resource if we ever need to surround this. The A pawn's hanging.
Yeah, the problem is
might be
that
terrible.
The E6 pawn is really quite strong here, and the black rooks are just staring into it. So black is very passive. Not to mention that white would have had that G5 idea, G5 and Knight D5.
Right. So Bishop C8, just trying to get rid of this piece, is not so hot if the white rook is on D6 or C6 and A6 is hanging at the end.
Yeah, well, maybe we can try to implement that better still. So like if you go Bishop C8, Rook D6, let's think about this, because the Rook D6, right? So where shall this bishop go? All right. All right, well, what if I just go Bishop C5 and Rook C6, I just go Bishop D4. How bad is this?
Most bad.
Most bad, okay.
Rook C8.
Yeah, so now I have to play Rook E6.
Rook E6? Oh my Lord. I didn't really see this, but I think I can still get a pawn, right? Rook E6.
Yeah, Rook
C8, Rook C8, Rook A6.
Yeah, better for white. Maybe some chances for a draw, but certainly better for white. Huh. Yeah, there are some problems black is facing in this position.
This is what I love about Rapport the most, Irina, is like he actually teaches me new ideas. Like I play through his games and I'm like, oh, I didn't know you could do that.
I know, like G4, King F1 and F4, it was absolutely like out of the box thinking, very creative.
Yeah. I mean, and preceded by A3, H3, in a sense, it's a very, very slow plan here, right? This is the position where he didn't play Knight C5, Knight E4 and trade. I mean, imagine if we were watching normal Super GM chess, Irina, you would think like here, Knight E4, takes, you know, takes with a draw really, really soon. Something like that, right? I mean, we've seen that like a million times. It's like the position magnetically attracts that continuation, right? And Richard here is saying like, yeah, there's time to play A3.
Yeah.
Right. H3.
And G4. So it's such a brilliant concept.
F1.
Absolutely love it. I love it. It's such a, really, you can feel like a very strong player came up with that, because that was so far from being obvious that it wasn't even like, I mean, you know, of course, the players are focused in a way that, you know, the commentators are not, like, right? We're still more on the surface of things while the players are going into lines more deeply, but still, like, we weren't even like anywhere close to seeing this concept. And I think it's just beautiful, beautiful play by Report.
And, you know, his pawn majority, it was like 5 moves behind Black's. I mean, if you think in terms of like, oh, I'm going to use my majority, I'm going to race the opponent, right? Like in the Firouzja-Dominguez game where it's like a race of who gets their majority going first. I mean, Fachier's majority was all set and Reports hadn't started. I mean,
so this is a very
amazing.
interesting move by Shea. He's basically saying, I think that he wants to take the knight and perhaps then to do what? Does he want to take that knight actually? Is that what he's saying? Or he just kind of moving the bishop away from rook d6?
I think so. I think he's avoiding my main idea. I mean, if I, which may not be the case, but if I'm right about the main idea, I was saying from here, the next thing to do for Rapport is knight e4, trade the knight, trade the bishop, and leave bishop b6 against knight e6, right? Mm-hmm. So when you play bishop a5, you're stopping the main thing I want to do, knight e4, and you can always trade off the dark squared bishop and leave yourself with a piece that can trade the e6 knight.
So this is like a very nice answer by Vachier. So right now I feel like these players are both like really on the same level in terms of what they're doing. The one flaw in like Report's concept, right, is of course the bishop on c2 became like not very good piece staring into the f5 pawn. But that's a really an issue for him in this position, how to improve that bishop.
Imagine he had a dark squared bishop instead of a light squared bishop.
You know, like sitting somewhere on g3 or f4.
The things he could do: f4, g5, d4, d6, e5. I mean, there's just amazing spots all over the board. You could pressure the g7, f6 squares.
Yeah, I mean, maybe rook d6 here, I guess, looks like a normal move. I don't know what you can really do beyond trying to improve that rook.
You could move the rook off of e1 and just see if Black is going to commit to taking on c3.
Yeah, but I want to go maybe rook d6 and then rook ed1.
Oh, rook ed1. Okay, so you're going to get off of the e file because you're just kind of getting tied up there.
Right.
Okay. And the thing is, if we can get Black to play bishop c3, pawn takes c3, then White also has a plan of a4.
Yeah, I'm a little like when I first saw the move bishop a5, I thought he wanted to take on c3. I think he needs to be a bit careful about that. His bishop and his dark squared bishop still has potential. And the pawns on a3, c3 will be pretty decent. I guess there is the idea of knight d5, so it only depends on like whether you can use that square or not. The idea of taking on c3 definitely exists for Black in this position. But David, let's go to Nepomniachtchi Mamedyarov, because that game, I don't think he played the move queen d2 that you were showing us.
No, okay, he played simple taking on f5, which looks super, super good as well, right? They just do the straightforward trades. Knight is hit, and depending on where it goes, you know, queen d2 could be really strong next move, or queen b2, you said.
He probably has like some only move that he needs to find here. He's literally threatened with checkmate and the knight. So he goes rook c1.
Right, checkmate and the knight. And let's say he had played knight d7, defending the knight while avoiding checkmate. Then either, well, the bar just shot up. So one of these two queen moves is going to win the game.
Yeah. Queen b2, queen c6. Yeah, in that case, it's queen d2.
Queen d2, right? Because queen c6 could maybe keep us out. Queen d2 hitting the rook and the knight, and queen d4.
Wants to go queen d4, yeah.
So he plays rook c1 check.
Tricky move. I mean, you don't want to go to g2 because of queen c6. Although, so I think king h2, and then he wants to probably go like queen d6. It's my guess that's what he's thinking about.
So it's going to be more active than that knight d7 move, queen d6. Yeah.
The question is, why does the bar like this for White?
Well, I mean, White still has queen b2, right? Which will prevent knight f3 is looking scary to me, so I kind of want to prevent it.
Okay, so queen b2.
Queen b2. And then the only move I see for Black is rook c5.
Yeah.
Right. I'd been thinking queen d4, but now I see rook d5. That's too bad. Wait, I can take that rook. What?
Oh, yeah.
Let me try. Oh no, the queen can block on g8. Oh, malheur.
Yeah,
Oh.
right. That's funny.
Okay, I'll play it out just so everyone knows what I'm talking about here.
And this did not work out so well for white, but
Yeah.
after rook c5, black is very tied up on that diagonal.
Yeah.
Can we just go, well, if we go knight g3, will you go, I mean, yeah, why can't we just go knight g3? You go king g8, I guess?
Mm-hmm. And then knight e4. And then knight f3 double check.
Right.
I'm always scared of that double check.
Yeah, knight g3, you definitely got to get out of there with king
Let's
g3.
see. I mean,
Yeah. Oh, it's scary. No, queen h2 and curtains are.
Oh, my queen.
Yeah, curtains go down.
Okay, so here we are, rook c1. Nepo has not yet picked the square for his king.
Yeah, because king g2 is not completely out of the question. You can go even I didn't even look at it, but king f2, David. King f2 is not out of the question because
well, actually, queen c6. I think this one might be out of the question because e4. There's just rook c2.
No, there's rook f8 mate.
There's rook f8, right? So this is you can play e4.
Yeah, maybe knight g6 though. Oh, that's annoying. Knight g6, yeah.
Something that.
Guard f8, and on queen b2, you have queen c3, or then you survive. Yeah. He's not going to.
Everybody survives. They get to play an endgame.
Yeah, king g2 not good, but king f2 is a move that we haven't even noticed, and that actually deserves to be looked at.
Yeah, a reasonable move. I mean, we might still expect queen d6 like you played against king h2, because the queen will still look at the h2 square at some point. Plus, I mean, just knight d7 is very passive, and probably losing instantly to queen b2, right? So
so try queen d6.
Yeah.
Queen b2.
Probably still go to b2, right? Probably still rook c5. I don't really see anything else.
The problem is I can't get my knight on h5 like quickly enough into the game, I guess, because also once you play king g8, you're going to be threatening knight d3 fork. So my king is not amazing on f2. It's really interesting, right? Like, well, he did go king f2.
King f2. Yeah, there's nowhere obvious for white to put their king. Both kings are pretty exposed now.
Yeah, it's funny how in chess, like sometimes such a big decision where to put my king, h2, g2, f2, and these are details that really do matter. So I think queen d6 seems like the only move. Like there's no way you should be moving the knight backwards from e5.
Yeah. And all this, I think it's also showing us, like I noticed that when he took on f5, even though that looked good to me as well, the computer bar on the side really went down on this, right? So I think it's literally because allowing rook check forces the king to a bad square. Like there's something wrong with each of these three squares.
Think about it, David, like the queen on e2 is so passive compared to what you were trying to do. Just terrible queen. You could have had that queen on d4, and the reason white's not doing as well here is because their pieces are not nearly as powerful as they could have been in this line.
Right. So when I did this and then made the trade, the queen on d2 is better than on e2, and there's no rook c1. The king's considerably better back here on g1, out of reach of some of the tactics. So it looks like it turns out this would have been a lot better to play.
Yeah.
Queen d2 before taking that pawn, but maybe Nepo, didn't fully appreciate how annoying rook c1 was, because after rook c1, he stopped and thought he hadn't picked a square in advance.
Yeah.
So
no, black has a very nice queen on d6 and a nice knight on e5. Like he's staying alive because the pieces that he has really have quite a bit of coordination and centralization. So, and then knight on h5, in one way it's strong, on another hand it's a little bit like you know, not really delivering white, you know, what white needs to break down black's position.
Yeah. So I imagine here black's threatening knight d3, winning the game. The king would move and then knight e1, and then the queen would get into h2. So probably white has to play the queen b2 move that we had looked at earlier here to restrain that knight.
Otherwise, his queen is completely pointless, right?
Yeah. You mentioned that when black played king g8, they'll be threatening knight d3. But when black plays king g8, white will also have rook takes g5, check.
That's true.
So like both of these kings are in mortal danger. I see now that the evaluation bar is at 0.000-ish, it looks like. But I mean, this is a position where there's a huge chance of getting just checkmated for either player.
Yeah, no, it's very sharp. That's the good news for us, that it's a sharp game. And I kind of like that. You know, like I said, I would feel bad for Mamedyarov to lose a third one in this tournament. So I think that line you were showing was a bit too dangerous for him, David. And Nepo had some mercy and went to this position instead, at least giving Mamedyarov a chance.
Right.
So let's take a look at our other game that, wow, it's heating up. Firouzja versus Dominguez.
Yeah, it had to at some point. And as is often the case with Dominguez, like get a little bit low on time before we see all the action. So let me back up. We missed several moves. H4 was Firouzja's choice here, which is a big surprise to me, Irina. I really thought, like, if anything, the pawn would go to H3 to defend G4.
Yeah, I agree.
So that's definitely a surprise to me. Knight E7. I guess it's mainly to defend the B5 pawn.
Well, yeah, that knight winds up being able to go to F5 later once white pushes G5. So I think
Firouzja does
some
this.
points, yeah.
So it's partly prophylaxis against G5 from white, since H4 suggests white might play it.
Exactly. And also
And
protecting D5. Protecting D5 so you don't lose the pawn.
Overprotecting black's sort of main weakness. And I guess also if white played H5, G5 at some point, the knight would be covering knight G3.
Mm-hmm.
So it's maybe playing against a lot of white's ideas. Knight F4 was played. Yeah, now I can see how white might want to play G5 now that there's no knight H5. A5. Guess white played G5 now? No. Ooh, so here comes black's majority. White restrains it for a moment. If B4, white can take the pawn. If rook B8, white can take A5. So the majority is not jetting anywhere now. The knight could come back to C6 to try and force it through.
Well, oh, yeah, you're right. Yeah, because there's no one protecting B4. For some reason, I thought the queen was, but it's not, right?
Yeah.
Can't advance. Okay.
So, or queen D6 could be a move here. I'm a little surprised that Dominguez sent the queen this far away from the king.
Mm-hmm.
Just a little surprised.
On the other hand, the queen also controls E4 from there, so that's a nice point of that move.
All right, so restraining this move. Although with the knight, I mean, it seems like Firouzja really backed off the E4 plan, which I really thought he was going to play one way or another.
Yep, he backed off of it.
So trade on G5, knight to D7, king F2. Is there any real threat on the H file after you play rook H1 and queen H3?
Well, we're going to find out because
it's happened. B4, rook H1, knight F5, queen. Okay. I have no idea how white makes a threat against the bishop on G7 here. What's it going to be? Maybe a knight sack on G6. And then the second knight comes to F4.
Yeah, I think that is definitely an idea. Sacking on G6. Other knight comes in, kind of, really open up the king.
Rook A6, and then you get back in exchange, and it's just imbalanced material.
I suppose black can play rook A6 here, right? That's sort of the logical move to do to defend.
Oh, yeah, I suppose we could try and preempt white's entire idea. Rook A6. So check here, maybe. And now if takes, the rook could take it too, right?
The rook could take it. I mean, you're still gonna run into knight f4, but then there's rook g5. There's like a ton to calculate here.
Oof.
But I would play rook a6. Like I feel like black should play rook a6 and not really
Oh,
worry about it too much.
here's my idea. Now we trade over here and switch to the A file because like the rook's not doing as much here. And I'm hoping to overwork the queen on b4 and d5 and defending the rook. And if the rook trades off, maybe I can land knight g6 again later.
Very interesting. It definitely feels dangerous, right? Like for black, like the bishop on g7 is not too good. I mean, it's good from a defensive point of view. But
I was going to say the move I'm really not confident about is rook b6, right? Like keeping the rook on everything. But I think I found something there too. Can I go after the d5 pawn now that there's no knight b6 or knight f6?
Yeah, it does look like you can. I mean, at some point, black might have to just go c3, you know, David, just like breaking through, trying to open the b file. I think he needs to do something crazy like that. Take.
I'm trying to find an angle for my bad bishop. Rook a6 loses to queen h7 and knight h5, says chat.
Oh, rook a6 loses to what? Queen h7 and knight h5. All right, does it?
I like that they don't look at the engine, but sometimes they just miss stuff. Well, of course. If you don't look at the engine, of course you're missing stuff. Everybody misses stuff. Rapport lost.
What?
The game is over.
No. That's not possible. How's that possible?
In like two moves.
Oh, but okay. Well,
rook e5. Knight d7.
Okay.
Knight d5.
What? Just giving up
knight takes rook.
He thought it was checkmate on d8 and it's not. The bishop's on a5. Oh shoot, that's really sad.
He had planned this, and lost sight of that piece.
I think so. Ooh, that's painful. Oh, that's painful after such a beautifully played game. Wow.
Oh my God.
Can you go back a couple of moves? Like that is really shocking.
Oh my God, masterpiece ruined.
I mean, because like that's really hilarious because when he goes knight d7, right? First of all, I didn't really I honestly didn't like rook e5 tons to begin with. Like I don't really understand it. Maybe I need to understand it better before
I can tell you because I was thinking of playing it. So I can tell you.
Tell me what's the point?
Why I was
A4
considering
or what? It. Knight b5 or?
I'm unpinning this so that I can play knight e4.
Yeah.
And if black takes, then my rook is ready for my a4 plan, as well as like rook c5 can be a good maneuvering square. So that's why I wanted to maybe play rook e5.
So knight d7 happened, and that rook was just getting chased away. And the knight could possibly go to f8, by the way, in some positions here, or c5, depending on where the rook goes. She needs to go to a protected square, a place where she's protected. So that's not so easy because there are no protected squares, David. There are no protected squares on the e5 other than e1. I mean, yeah, you can go back to e1. e2, even that is not a protected square because I can take on c3. I mean, consider going knight c5 or something. Knight c5, right?
Knight c5 is better.
Yeah, more.
But, yeah. I was going to say, but what if I take it?
Yes.
Okay, knight c5.
And then like bishop c8, I guess.
Rook here. Just trying to hang in there. Bishop c8.
And I think, the problem is this bishop on c2. Still not particularly useful.
Yeah, that is definitely, I mean, I'm not saying Rapport's plan was bad with g4, f4, f5. Awesome plan, but it had like even a good plan may have a downside, right? And this piece does not really work with it.
So after knight d7, you know, the weird thing about it, yeah, can we see how much time he spent on this move?
Sure.
Do we have...
I can find that. Yeah. If I reload the board and go here, I can see, oh, it's so small. Maybe someone else can read it. It looks like 1:45 for knight d5, and then under 30 seconds for Vachier to take it.
Wow. But you know,
So the
like,
decisive moment like happened in a flash.
because, you know, when you play knight d5, obviously you got to calculate, like knight takes e5.
Right. It's not like you didn't see that.
He just forgot about the bishop. I mean, there's no other explanation for it. Because it would have worked for him if it weren't for the bishop. Wow. Well, I don't know. I mean, very, very disappointing, you know, end to the game for him.
Yeah. I mean, he plays like really, really high difficulty level chess, right? It's a double-edged sword because like when you're trying to do something this intricate,
yes,
it's like an amazing strategic concept, but you also have to dot all the I's. You have to navigate all those like tactics against the rook on e1 or wherever it went, right? It's just all very, very tricky here to execute, right? And like that knight d7 c5 idea you showed, man, tough. I mean, I appreciate the effort that he's making, but it's not easy to put in that much effort.
Yeah, you just kind of wish, because like, you know, the place where he stumbled was not like a particularly difficult moment, right? It's like when you're hanging your pieces and leaving them on prise, you know, you want to be a little bit more careful. And I do feel like it's a very avoidable like mistake, right? It's nothing.
Right.
So just a lack of like, I guess a lack of, I don't know, care, a little bit of lack of care in his part. I don't know, a lack of sense of danger. I'm not sure how to describe it.
Yeah, I mean, I think the main thing, like he planned it before playing rook e5, right? He anticipated knight d7 and planned knight d5 then. On that move, he'd spent over 7 minutes on rook e5. And so here he sort of like double checked for a minute, but probably sort of a not very intense double check. Like he just was like, yeah, I'm playing knight d5, you know.
And he thought his opponent would either have to like take his knight or go rook f7. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then he can move his rook away. Yeah.
Right. So you're just double checking. Is there any issue with this knight? Can I back off just fine?
Yeah. Well,
I mean, I guess here he probably had stuff yet to double check too, right? Because the knight e6 is hanging on by a thread tactically here as well. Ouch. Just ouch. Another oof moment for me, Irina.
Nepo Mamedyarov. Let's do it.
All right. Queen b2 had to be played. Rook c5. Moved the king again. Interesting. And now h6 to get rid of back rank mate.
Wow. Wow. No, the computer hates that. Why? Okay.
What? That looked correct.
Hold on, David. I want to find a refutation. I want to find something today.
Okay. Should black have played queen c6? Maybe, but okay, you want to try and find a refutation.
Yeah, I do. Let's think about this. Okay, so rook f8 doesn't look, yeah, it hangs a rook. That's it. It doesn't look that good.
Red double blunder.
Yeah, rook f6, there's queen d5, so I don't see what's the big deal.
Rook f6, queen d5.
F2 is very interesting.
King g3.
How about queen f2, David?
Queen f2.
I kind of like that. I want to creep into your position with rook f8 and just queen f5. Looks kind of dangerous. And you know what I want to do, David, on queen c6? I wanted to go king g3 and hide my king.
Right. Yeah. Queen f2, queen c6, king g3. There's no further check, and we can't really stop rook f8. Okay, let's try again. Queen f2, knight d7.
Knight d7.
Rook takes c5.
Yeah, queen takes c5,
And
queen
then
f7.
queen f7.
And my king will escape from your checks. Let's put that on the board so that
Okay.
viewers can see.
Okay. I just thought you were trying to do a calculation exercise. So I
Yeah. Well, it's nice for me, but I also want the viewer. I already did my exercise.
okay, so I played knight d7. I traded the rook. And then after queen takes, I played queen f7 with this. Now the black queen needs the d4 square, funnily enough. That would be the square to save this. Actually, even that would lose to queen check, king h7, queen takes knight check.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so there's no saving this other than by check, but you end up on the light squares. King goes here.
I think the
And it's
players
done.
are like getting tired or something. I don't know, like seeing like these couple of games where like the games are decided by like one terrible move. I feel like that must be some fatigue.
Okay, he didn't play queen f2. He played rook f6.
Oh, what? What?
Yeah.
No, Nepo, you needed to just look at the computer eval bar like me and know there was a win. And then you were
Yeah.
fine,
If
queen
the
F2.
eval bar had jumped for him.
No, but come on, queen f2 is like so logical, isn't it? I mean, it's like go into rook f8. That was my first idea, except it was blundering a rook. Oh well.
Yeah, I mean it's logical. So is rook f6.
Sure, but rook f6, the problem is that it allows queen d5,
And then king g3 as well.
king g3. But I mean, your threat of taking on h6 is not as huge. But okay, I agree. I mean, let's try to figure out like what you should do now.
I mean, I
But
think
anyway,
black's going to play king h7 after that, right? They're going to check and then just play king h7.
yeah, this position is so crazy, David. Like I can even go queen d1. What if I go queen d1 or queen d3?
What?
Let's go queen d3
Why are you stacking the h pawn?
because I don't need it. I don't
Oh,
need
because
it.
you just want to do horrible.
Yeah, I don't need the pawn. I'm going for rook c2. And rook h6, king g8. And then if you trade the queens, well, okay, black is fine in the end game. Yes, white can trade queens in like desperation, but
Right, you're
so,
saying I'm playing
yeah.
queen b3 because I'm losing to rook c2 otherwise.
yeah, I mean, okay, black is obviously fine in the end game. He's up a pawn, so we can.
Yeah.
Is he up a pawn? No, pawn's even, but it feels like he's up a pawn.
Well, I mean, he might be two at the end if he just attacks the b pawn with the rook after all this, right? Like, or no, rook c3 or something.
Yeah.
Feels like
Also, how quickly did Nepo play that? He like has tons of times, and he played this key move like relatively fast, right?
yeah, I mean, yeah. What do you want me to say?
I
He's
don't
played a
know.
few key moves relatively fast this game, right?
But I know, but that's tends to be his mistake, right? Like he gets these
Yeah.
winning positions, but then it gets kind of sloppy because he keeps playing so fast. So I just wish someone would tell him that, you know. I need to yeah, that sends him the message, slow down.
I wonder if no one's ever told him that.
Yeah. Oh, okay. So queen d, the thing is, I was thinking queen d1, which I
Mhm.
also think is possible. I guess ultimately I kind of liked a queen on, you know why I liked the queen on d3? Like if you go queen d1, David, rook h6, king g8, there's like an extra check for white on g6. I don't know if it changes.
The knight's covering that, isn't it? Oh, because you've got queen g7 mate.
Yeah.
So Irina folks is saying that there might be this check here for white.
Yeah, it doesn't do anything because there's king h7, but it's still an option for white.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
King hides anyway, but
So just keeping that square covered. You know, now I'm looking at it, rook f6 just seems risky against queen d1 and queen d3. It looks really, really risky.
it does. It really does. I mean, white knows their own king is weak too, right? So it's like you can't just throw moves out there without, you know, clear calculation. So queen d3. I mean, is that the best move? It's certainly like a very active move.
It's
right?
a good move. I mean, I I think that end game that you got to with queen b3 looked really good. Queen d1 allows the same end game, right? So that's not an advantage over queen d3. If white wants to, they could go to the same thing here.
I got one more idea. Like
Okay.
if we go, so let's just check queen d5. Queen d5, king g3. And so that looks like we basically moved the king to a safer square, huh? Because now.
And the queen needs to move again because here she's vulnerable to rook h6, king g8, knight f6.
Right, that's the threat. Okay, so basically queen d5 check is no good. So I think he will find queen d3.
Yeah, I mean, he's forced to move the queen. Queen d5 doesn't look very good. Queen d3 looks very good. I would expect queen d3 here. It looks pretty reasonable.
And what can white do other than go for that end game? Is there anything? Oh, wait, David. Oh, the game is going to end in a draw.
This one?
Yeah.
Why?
Because after queen d3, I'm going rook f8.
Rook f8, king here.
And rook f7.
Rook f7. So if I take it,
you get mate. Okay. Or maybe you still go king g8. You can keep it going. Yeah. You're not letting me have my perpetual.
Yeah.
And then on rook g8, g7, I don't know. You can go anywhere. You can go to h8 if you want.
Right. White's run out of
checks. Okay. All right. So that didn't work. I thought I might have a perpetual.
Mamedyarov, on the other hand, is down to 4 minutes. I guess that's okay.
Yeah, that's fine. He knows these are all critical moments. Yeah.
I think something that's important to mention, especially when people are in a moment of saying like, what, Nepo missed queen f2. I'm sure some people are thinking that. An important thing to mention is these players calculate so much more than anybody realizes. Because I'm looking at Mamedyarov's clock with 4 minutes, and I'm remembering there was once a tournament I commented where he was where he came into Zoom with us like after the games. And there was a game where he was down to like 2 or 3 minutes like this on the clock, and he was playing out this game. And then after the game, he told us some variation, a couple variations that he'd seen. This was at a point in the game where he had 2 to 3 minutes on his clock. And Irina, they were like 10 moves long with like insane like stalemate tricks at the end of like a 10-move variation for his opponent. Like it looked like he's just easily winning this position, right? And why is he thinking, and his time's ticking down to 3 minutes, 2 minutes, 1 minute? Like, why doesn't he just play an obvious move and convert the game? And the variations he saw, like it just blows your mind. Every now and then it's important to remind ourselves that these players, like anytime we think, oh, why did they miss this or that? Like almost always they saw more than we could dream of.
Okay, he went queen d1.
When they picked what they did.
Okay, so that's fine. I don't know what the advantage is over d3, but they're very similar. So now the ball is in white's court. I really wonder how white is planning on holding the balance.
I guess one advantage here over queen d3 is if white moves the queen out of the way of rook c2, it's still just straight up like checkmate. So
yeah.
So he's considerably forcing here.
All right. So I'm really curious to find like how white avoids losing.
All right.
Well, white does have the very strong rook f2.
Rook f2.
Like,
it's no know. Queen f2, but
it's not crazy actually, David. Rook f2 is it is a real move. Let's put it on.
I mean, this was literally the threat. Sometimes you just have to play a dopey move that just deals with the threat.
Oh, he put it on. Yeah, he played it actually. Yeah.
No, he's already played it. Dang, he's so fast, Irina. How is he?
Well, this one he got. Yeah, then he just kind of knew that there was nothing else. Okay. So wow. So what a complicated position still.
Oh my goodness. Somebody in chat is saying that, I presumably from a computer, that queen B7 could be played because on rook C2, you have rook F2 and there isn't queen F3 ending the game.
Wow. Not obvious at all. Super
Yeah.
looking. Yes. Okay. But rook F2 is very human.
Yeah.
And so now what to do for black? He's still in this nasty pin. He is, pawns are even. Material is even in this position.
No. Black's up a pawn at the moment still.
Oh, 5. Oh, 5 against 4. Yeah. Mhm.
Black's up a pawn and that huge queenside majority. It means like a queen trade is amazing for black. Or maybe black should just start pushing the queenside majority if white has no threat. I mean, sometimes you just play B5, right? And then
Huh. I have an
then
idea.
then if tactics resume, you get back to dealing with the tactics.
He needs to trade the queens. Black needs to trade the queens. Okay. So, well, that move is fine. It's a check. Can't be that bad. Where's the king gonna go? G3?
G3.
Or H2?
Yeah, honestly, anywhere. I don't I don't know. No square is like totally safe. No square is going to instantly lose as long as the knight is pinned. The main thing I want to do for black is get the king off of this diagonal, like go to G8 or H7, but not with my queen on D5.
How many moves? What move are they on actually?
37. 3 moves to
so
go.
They're very close to time control. All right. So is there some possibility for repetition here after like king G3, queen D6, rook F6? Is that like a similar position or is that a little different? Because the king is not on G2.
Yeah, the king's not on G2, so it would be like a little bit different.
But queen G1 is still like a big threat. You can still go queen D1.
Queen D1. Right? Yeah.
Ooh. Whoa, that eval bar says, no, you can't. Why is that? Oh, because of queen F2, because there's no more rook C2.
Queen F2 now, there's no rook C2. Stops this and gets ready for queen F6 and F5.
All right. All righty.
Wow. Okay, so the live position is here, queen D5. You can see the results of the round below us for those wondering. We've got 1 win so far for black, for Maxime Bachier-Lagrave. Bounces back from losing with white yesterday. Yesterday, that was kind of like the surprise accident of the round. Today, Rapport had the little accident of the round back to MVL. And you can see the live positions of our other games here as well now. Firouzja versus Dominguez, which is insane. It looks like the bishop got to B4.
Yeah, let's go take a look at that.
So that makes queen H7 potentially a mate threat. The board's too small for me to be sure. So
yeah, they are in move 31 by black.
There's a knight on E7, so there's no checkmate yet.
So yeah, black's turn. He has to make his 31st move. So they still have a lot of.
Wait, also the bishop's hanging. Wait a minute.
Yeah, he took it.
Takes?
Yeah,
what?
The knight is hanging on
D7.
D7. Yeah.
Okay.
And then
but still
take on
queen B4, queen B2. The white king won't be comfy anymore. I guess white's going to try and win one of the other black pieces there, Irina, like takes. Those are hanging. I guess on takes, white can just block. So rook A to A8 here. White wants D5.
You don't want to take the pawn on B2, or is that like?
I was just checking what I was going to do next before I committed to it. Right now the queen's also defending the knight. I'll probably take on B2. I'm also just feeling like this position here's a mess. That's sort of how I'm feeling about it at the moment.
Yeah, mess is good for us, isn't it? A mess.
Really messy.
Going into the time trouble, it means excitement for the fans.
5 minutes each, 9 moves to go for these two.
Yeah. So bishop takes b4. What? So he's thinking, what else can he do other than take the bishop? Oh, he took the bishop. So all right, we're going into this line, and now he has to decide: does he want to take on b2 or not?
Mm-hmm.
All like many moves seem possible, but the pawn is very tempting. I suppose white would go knight G to E2.
That's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking knight G2 to keep the rooks connected. Sorry,
and then
for
try to take on D5, right?
That way we can maybe control the passed pawn and then take on D5 when black saves the rook, right? So like this is what's currently looking likely to me as a position like this.
Yeah, maybe the C pawn is just very strong here, just C3.
Yeah.
Or wait, there's also rook A2. Let's put that one. Maybe that is even better.
I did not consider that. Wait, Queen C4. It
Oh,
defends
Queen
my knight.
C4 defends everything. Okay,
The move I most wanted to play. Whew.
Let's go C3. I think there's a lot of like I see here like the computer engine is saying a lot of moves, but like queen takes B2 really feels like the most human of them. Like, I feel like you want to take that pawn with a check. No, I mean, like moves like queen B8. It's going like rook A8, queen B8, king F8. King F8 looks crazy. Like, but this, you know, in this position, yeah, king F8 it even looks at, you know,
F8, huh?
Before taking the pawn.
It makes sense if the king could do something helpful, like defending a couple pieces. That could be amazing.
Yeah, but I mean, before taking the pawn, David, like.
Oh, without taking with check.
Yeah, like right, taking the pawn is just one of the options the computer is giving, but I think that he will take that pawn. But king F8, I guess he could try to save the pawn for later and just say, okay, you're not really going anywhere. He went
like, what's white going to do? Play rook to B1? That's a really inspiring move. And then rook A2, right? I mean, yeah, it's.
He actually went for this rook A8 move.
Rook A8 without taking. Without taking.
Yeah. Without taking. Okay. All right. So now, well, we pretty much know that, like, yeah, white can win the D5 pawn, but it's always dangerous when black takes on B2 and goes C3. Right? That's the issue.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of compensation for black here. And, you know, the bishop on G7 does a good job of protecting the king. I mean, he's not amazing in other ways, but he is very much needed.
Yeah. Yeah, in this game, neither king is feeling as exposed as in our other game, right? Where the kings are just sort of flying around out there. In this one here, each king's got a little bit of snug surrounding pieces.
Yeah, so white has to get ready for queen B2. So what if he goes like knight GE2? Black has so many moves. Black can go like rook D8, kick out the queen, take on B2.
Save this.
Feels really comfortable for black.
Oof. And it looks like the queen's going somewhere bad after rook A8. Now I'm liking rook A8 more. I'm seeing. Can white take on D5 or does that lose to rook D8? No, it hits the queen.
Yeah, I think you can do it. You can do it. Let's try doing it. Maybe we just
kind of
bite the bullet. You know, queen
B2. Check here. We can take on E7 if rook D8.
So we're back to that position that we looked
back to the same position that I wanted to do last time, right? Yeah, most likely. Is there anything else for black here other than trading the knight?
Well, the problem is knight E7 is a check, so.
Yeah. If you play knight F5, is that anything?
Oh, wow. 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 So, oh, David, hold on. I got some really beautiful ideas. No, I haven't come up with anything too cool today. Wait. Let me just think this through. Hold on.
I have an idea I want to do, but it doesn't work.
Yeah. Okay. Well, what if we start with knight F6?
Okay, that's what I wanted to do.
Yes, I'm sure we're thinking about the same thing.
You probably want to do the same thing as me, but unfortunately, it's black's turn, right?
Yeah,
and rook E3. And I feel like we're a move slower.
Yeah, but just go ahead and show like what would like
what
Like
we wanted to
the
do.
concepts. Just play, I don't know, queen, random rook move for black.
Black tries to queen the pawn,
Yeah. There's
right? Takes their time. All right. So what we have in mind is either rook h7 or rook h8.
Nice. I had a different one in mind.
Oh, tell
Yeah.
me.
Pray tell. All right, guys.
What did you want to do?
Who wants to guess in our chat? I'll give you guys a little bit of time.
I already guessed wrong.
Yeah. Well, by the way, I didn't see your move. Your move is good, but I just had a different concept, you know, for this position. Nothing wrong with rook h8. I do find like this idea very
No, I like your move too, Irina.
I gave you guys, you know, advice, you know, a few days ago, right? There we go. Cyrodiilian has it. It's very.
Oh, your move is much more
hack.
original than mine. Mine is just like a normal hack. Queen f5. That's a little more picturesque and unusual.
Yeah, I like that. I like that. Pawn on f6, keeping the king boxed in.
Yep. That's why I consider a pawn one step away from the king to be an attacking piece.
Yep. But unfortunately, does rook h7 work too? I think it does, right? Rook h7.
Yeah, I think rook h7 and rook h8 probably both work. Oops, sorry. Got to play c3, not rook e3. We'll hide the refutation for 1 second, folks. And then, yeah, I mean, this one's going to be no surprise to anyone. It's just a normal, you know, hack away at your opponent, trap them on the H file. And I think rook h7 should work as well. If black takes, of course, queen f7 is mate. And if rook f8, then you've got time to do whatever you want, such as doubling. Maybe we'll play queen.
No. This is not aesthetic, David.
I know.
Just go queen f5 after rook f8.
Okay.
Okay, we got to keep the aesthetics in the game.
All right.
I want the double rook checkmate.
Wonderful. Really shows that g6 pawn was kind of the key defender for black, right? You keep sacking the queen really just to distract the g pawn.
So he's made a move, you know, David, as we've been going through our fantasy variations here.
Back to reality.
Yeah, he's played knight fe2.
Ugh, boring reality where you retreat your attacking knight, don't take on d5, don't take on g6, don't come to f6, don't pass go, don't collect $200.
I wonder, maybe, you know, what is like white is really playing for here. So he goes queen g4. So queen e2 has to happen at some point.
Yeah,
right? Like,
yeah, I mean,
I'm assuming, David, I understand why he chose to keep the knight on g3 instead of f4, and it's to stop knight f5 ideas by black.
Oh, yeah, with the counterattack on e3 and all that.
Right.
But then that means white's taking a very, very defensive posture here, right? I mean, not much in the way of threats, and that c4 pawn looks strong. I evaluate this as a clear advantage for black.
Yeah, I mean, it feels that way, right? I agree that white feels more defensive, that black has a passed c pawn. You know, on the other hand, the knight from e7 is not really going anywhere. The bishop on g7 for black is also a defensive piece. So there seems to be some balance. And by the way, David, I'm going to tell you my simple plan in this position. Do you want to hear it?
Yeah.
I'm going to go rook h4, rook h1, queen h3, and checkmate. How do you like that?
Hey, that's not so bad. Unfortunately, it's a 4-move plan. Oh, sorry, 3-move plan. Yeah, unfortunately, a 3-move plan.
A little bit, yeah.
Which black can stop in 1 move with king f8.
Oh no, because you're going to use your knight to block.
Yeah.
Seriously?
Yeah, well, that may seem.
I'm going to change my mind, David. Then I'm going to go rook h7, rook g7, and still, like, I don't know. That looks pretty dangerous. Looks like I'm eating there.
Yeah, it may seem kind of passive to put the knight back on g8, but it's going to cover the king, and white is committing 3 heavy pieces. So after rook h7,
you're going to go king f8, knight g8.
Still play knight g8. Yeah.
That's interesting. But I mean, I do think it's an idea. So, but he just played queen f4. So what does he want? He wants to go rook h7 like that, just so tricky like that. Come on.
It'll get really ignored.
No, it's not going to get ignored because I'm going to take on g7 and go queen f6 and rook h1. I think rook h7 actually is the threat. Like try putting a random move on the board.
Yeah, but even after you do all that, okay. I'll play rook c8.
Yeah, do it.
Rook h7.
Uh-huh.
So I think I can just ignore you. So I'll play c3, I guess.
Yeah. Wait, no, I don't believe you can ignore me like this, David. I just don't think so. I'm sorry. I'm going rook h1, queen f6. You try ignoring that.
Oh, that's the way ye checkmate.
Yeah.
I was commenting a game once where he just put the queen, like, I think it was on d4, but it was the same effect, like queen d4.
And aren't those the most beautiful checkmates with queen f6?
It's so nice. Queen f6. Yeah. Because I was thinking, because you said it, that you were going to take, check here, and then try and checkmate me. And I was like, I still just have knight g8. I mean, I told Irina I have this. So you just double.
Yeah, no, Alireza, one thing I know about him is he's a very tricky player. So whenever I see his move, like I'm always like, what's the trick?
What's the trick?
What's the trick? You have to know that. Like he's good in these positions, really, really resourceful.
Oh, check this out.
On the board. This is on the board, David. A random move was played.
Random move was played?
And rook h7. It's on the board.
Knight c6, rook h7. Oh my God. Well, this knight went away from g8. Now you're even threatening rook g7. I mean, you're like really.
Yeah, no, knight c6. No, I'm telling you, there was danger on the h file. Like black was, Alireza was very clever in keeping the knight on g3 when he went back with the f knight and he not
was ready for this.
Yeah, no, and I don't know what Dominguez should have done, but he was definitely facing some danger. Maybe his queen needed to be pulled back to b6. Possibly.
Okay, this is exciting. There's only a minute on the clock, but let me show you one variation of how good what you were doing was in the other line when you played rook dh1. So you're threatening queen f6. So I thought, what if I stop queen f6, right?
And I still do it.
If you go queen f6, I can actually take with the rook, unfortunately. Yeah. Isn't that so lame? Because it would be great if I had to take with the cheapest piece first, right? And you could take, and even with the rook, like plugging the hole, get checkmated, right?
Yeah.
That's kind of like amazing, right? Even without the f6 pawn to do the shortage of liberty checkmate. But here's what I came up with, Irina. You'll like it too, which is here I came up with rook g7, king g7, second rook to h7. Oh, boom.
Do we have enough pieces to mate with you?
Check. I don't have enough to mate, but look, I'm taking the knight with check, then the rook with check. Right. Or you play knight g8 right away and this.
Nice. Yep.
So rook h7, rook g7, rook h7.
Yeah, no, I can't imagine the shock that Dominguez is on. He's under 20 seconds. Yeah. And the pressure and the shock that he's facing. Yeah. No one can withstand that. Just I don't believe it's possible. I believe that he's going to go down really fast from here.
Yeah. In 3, 2, 1.
Made a move with 1 second on the clock. Rook e6. Okay.
Covering queen f6. Like a jerk.
Good try. I mean, rook h1 is literally plays itself. So I don't think, unfortunately for Dominguez, Firouzja's moves are like super easy, Yeah. And by the way, guys, just to, explain for our lesser experienced players, this is why, an open file against the king is so dangerous. Like as soon as you got that open file, it's an avenue for the attack, and the rook coming in, it's not, even experienced players blunder this because he totally missed that, right?
Oh, good job by Firouzja.
Was there
good job by Firouzja?
There was a reason
there was a trick, Irina. I realized maybe part of the point of knight c6 was this evil trick. Look at this. Knight takes d4, and it's like a mess in both directions.
Wow.
Because of e2.
And if you just take with the pawn, how is it so?
Counterattack.
What's the big deal? You're gonna go like rook e8 or something? Yeah. Okay.
And just, I don't know what's going on. I don't know. So queen h4 first. The point is, which he played, the point is you keep d4 covered one move longer, but you can also go rook g7, king g7, queen h6, cutting off f8, lock the king in on g8, and then bring the last piece. Knight d4 has been tried anyway here.
Okay. Okay. So what is our threat? Are we?
I think he can maybe ignore it in this version and play queen h6, rook here, but he can also definitely go rook g7, queen d4 and get the two knights versus rook endgame. That's not as satisfying as mate.
Yeah. What happens on rook h1? Let's just go to the basics. Rook h1 threatening checkmate by.
Wait, let me give the check first.
Okay.
I want to lock the king in.
Okay.
And now here.
The problem is now the queen just covers h8, right? All they have to do is
No.
move their knight.
Oh my lord.
Yeah, that was sad. So let's not do that. Let's just leave our rook on the board and go
Oh
rook
god.
h1.
Okay, so you're going rook h1. But
Yeah.
now you've told me like the defense. The defense is the queen, right? We just go
Yeah.
knight e2. And then the
Yeah.
queen.
Okay, so let's go back and figure out.
Firouzja's down to 30 seconds.
Yes, yes. Let's see if we
Knight
can.
d4. Fighting back.
Okay,
you
just
just
take it
just-
with the pawn. Take it with the pawn. Just take
Take
it.
d4 with the pawn. I was going to say
Yeah.
just take it with the rook, because if they can't even take your rook, this bishop's
Yeah.
too important.
I agree, but let's try taking it with the pawn.
Okay, so
Oh,
we'll go for
wow.
rook e8 again.
Amazing. It's actually bad. We're just not in time to deal with rook e2. I'm amazed. Amazed. And yeah, the rook e2 is a huge threat. So he has to take with the rook.
1 second for
Right.
Firouzja. He's
All right.
taking on g7 with the rook.
Okay.
King
All right.
g7. I think he's just going to go queen d4 because he's got, he's playing on a 30-second increment. I think he just decided to go for the
is
endgame.
quite a decent decision. It's not checkmate, but white is better there. I think we can agree, right?
Played queen d4. Yeah. I mean, it's also like
Knight takes d4. Okay.
when you're on that 30-second increment, it seems more practical, but he's also like failed to convert several good positions so far.
I mean, yeah, no, that was a fascinating struggle. It did go, I would say it lived up to its billing, from the beginning of the round. Like we knew that game was a very promising, going to be a very promising opening in terms of building up to a struggle like that. And it was, and the tactics were really beautiful in this game.
I think rook d4 was a good choice too. This is the 40th move. So it was another move that he had to play with only 30 seconds. But I mean, I was just assuming knight d4 for the tempo, right?
Yeah.
But rook d4, I mean, you've got the pawns blockaded. You want to put your knights on c3 and f4. Why would you put your knight on d4?
Yeah, this is pretty miserable for black. It is.
We're past the blockade stage, right? It's time to like actually attack the pawns. I mean, I'm impressed that Dominguez didn't get checkmated.
I am too. I mean, he's a good player. He's a good defender, and he was in a really tough situation that he made a move with 1 second on the clock, and it was a really good move. I mean, yes, he's losing. Firouzja did a good job too. It was a position really up his alley. And at this point, it's like there are some scenarios where black can probably draw, but I suppose you have to go like rook e8. Like if you don't start attacking something and white just gets to, but if you go rook e8, I can even go knight f1, and that's really annoying.
Yeah. I was thinking rook e5 to try and force the white pawn to f4 to take the square away from white's knight.
Yeah, I don't mind f4. That's the thing. I'm totally okay with playing pawn f4.
Yeah.
I mean, basically, this position is going to end as soon as white just establishes total, like it just improves his knight where he needs.
Oh, he played rook ed6 full.
Yeah, you can just you start going knight c3, knight g, e2, stabilize, and eventually you will round up these black pawns. So yeah, it's not fun. It's really a very miserable position for black.
Yeah, I mean, the first look is it's sort of paint by numbers for white now. You go knight c3, then bring the other knight to f4, and then play knight f takes d5, and you keep the c pawn blockaded the whole time.
Yeah, poor Dominguez. Poor Dominguez. He did get the game is kind of escaped him at that moment. Can we go back to that moment for a second? I mean,
yeah, I just can't believe he got hit by rook h7 when he was already under a minute on the clock and didn't get mated. I mean, rook e6 stopping the queen f6 idea, and then knight takes d4.
Yeah, it was really good. But you know what I want to look at, David? I want to look at what he should have done instead of knight c6. Like instead of allowing rook h7. I'm curious, like what sort of prophylaxis was available to him?
What's like a good move against the rook h7
yes.
threat?
How about queen b8?
Right. No queen, no mate.
There you go. Look, the eval bar liked that one.
Yeah, that's a very safe move.
Yeah.
Marina. And the problem for white is if the queen ever gets in front of the rook, this queen h7 attack is just not good enough. You need to be able to sack an exchange or even two to make way for.
Yeah. Remember, guys, you know, when you are getting attacked, you want to get the queens off the board. And, you know, the queen is the most powerful defender. So what I felt really uncomfortable with, David, was like that queen on b2. In a way, Dominguez still managed to connect it to the king side in some tricky way. But but still, you know, like that was really going a bit far. And like, you know, the problem was the queen wasn't really very connected. And he had to start making these sacrifices to try to make it relevant. But queen b8 makes sense, right? You can even put the queen on d6, actually.
Yeah, queen b8 makes sense. So Dominguez was trying to win the game. I assume knight c6, he wanted to play like rook e6, rook d8, and then like win with knight takes d4. That's partly how he found all the knight d4 variations so quickly under pressure, I think, is that was already like partly his concept of how to tie the whole board together. It's like the bishop looks stuck, right? You said the knight's not really going anywhere, but white has e3 and e2, which are sensitive spots. So Dominguez had this concept of trying to break through on d4, I think.
Yeah, so let's see, maybe take a quick look at what is going on in our Nepo-Mamedyarov game.
Yeah.
What has happened in the last few moves? Have they made time control?
Where we've been at queen d5, king went to h2 rather than g3. Yeah, I don't know. And retreated the knight. Now black seems up a pawn.
Yeah, like, okay, it doesn't seem too dangerous for black now, but maybe white. Yeah, even queen f5 doesn't make.
Maybe now the queen threatening to get in through like c8 or something in some case.
Yeah, it still doesn't make like huge threats, but I mean, Mamedyarov is alive and kicking, and I think this is a good time, David, after all this excitement, take a short break. The players have made the time control. Alireza looks like he capitalized on his initiative and should take home the end game, while Nepo-Mamedyarov is still anyone's game. So we will be back in a few minutes, guys.
And welcome back, everybody, to Chess.com's coverage of the Superbet Classic in Romania, part of the Grand Chess Tour. The Chess.com Rapid Chess Championship continues this weekend, featuring the best players in the world of chess. Fabiano Caruana leads the season standings right now, with Hikaru Nakamura right on his heels as the players look to qualify for the finals in August. Catch all the action each weekend, starting at 9 a.m. Pacific, Saturday and Sunday, right here on Chess.com's Twitch and Chess.com's TV channels. And back to Nepo and Mamedyarov. They have made time control as well. And we've got one move played so far. Nepo actually spent a lot of time on this move. He made it under 30 minutes. So he's firmly into the second time control, getting the king off of the diagonal with the queen. I think we'd briefly considered queen f5 here. Plays king g2. It's kind of a constant struggle for the kings to find safety this game.
Yeah, it's also interesting that, somehow the eval bar is starting to like black here. Well, we do know black is ahead by a pawn, and unless white makes very specific like threats, then surely black will be better. So at this point, king g2, well, what does he want? He wants like some kind of a knight f5, perhaps.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yeah, perhaps. Although that does block the rook and queen. It seems like a.
you know what I want to do, David? Just let's go c5.
That's what I
Or
wanted to do too,
am I
Irina.
blundering knight e4? Is there like some kind of a knight e4 rook f6 idea? It's quite, but like c5 is very interesting because you know what? On knight e4, I can go maybe queen c6.
Mm-hmm. I'm
And
sort of hoping you can.
yeah, but there's rook f6. It's a problem.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so we could get into this mess. I don't know who that works out for.
It works out for white. I think we
White.
could go to queen d2, queen e4, king g3.
Just go up and exchange and
Yeah.
and step out of the way. Okay, so maybe we can't play c5. I mean, I wanted to do that too. We could gain time with, rook c5, rook d5, rook b5, whatever.
How about queen c6? How about queen c6?
Queen c6.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's delicious.
Is it? I don't know. There's rook f8, king g7, but
yeah, I don't mind. I don't mind rook f8, king g7.
Right. Queen e4.
I'm happy about this.
Queen e4, and then you go like rook d6 or something. Mm-hmm.
Queen e4, rook d6, also ensuring the trade. Yeah.
But he didn't go for this, David. He went for knight d3.
Knight d3. Okay, I thought of this too. I think it forces rook e2, which is nice to take that rook off of the f file.
Because on queen c3, I suppose he's just going queen e5, right?
Yeah, and now you have to trade the queen, and honestly, I feel like white's gonna have like a 90+ chance of losing.
Wow.
This endgame. Yeah, I mean, it's like a 3-on-1 pawn majority. And it's on the queen side, far away from the king and knight. I feel like it's going to be a huge factor.
Yeah, but there's so much counterplay against the black king, even in the end game. Like, okay, let's just try. Like, I'm gonna go, I don't know, rook f8 check. Yeah, king g7, and like I'll trade the queens. What are you gonna take with?
I was thinking my rook to go to like e7 or e3, but now I'm thinking knight f5.
Yeah.
The rook won't be good on e7 or e3, will it?
No.
Okay. So we'll come back here. Keep the white king back. Maybe send the white king to the first rank in some scenario. That's another way to win an endgame. You're going to c8, I'm assuming.
c8, yeah.
And
rook d2. It's not a bad check to throw in.
Okay. Rook d2.
Yeah.
Rook d7.
I mean, you're definitely better, but still.
I guess you could go knight f5 and just start going after h6, right?
Yeah. I don't know if you needed to pull back the rook. There was no other way to guard that?
Oh, I don't know. I had thought of c6 as another option. On rook c7, you have rook d7. And then you can play b5 if we want to stay on the first rank.
Yeah, I kind of like that. Maybe your c6. Stay active for now.
It was like another option.
Yeah. But anyway, all of that is happening. Yeah, that end game. But you know what? Nepomniachtchi didn't want to play the end game, and he made a move that the eval bar did not like. Queen a3.
Well, he's allowing knight f2. He's going to play queen f8, queen f7, and the rook on d5 is hanging.
Okay.
Ooh, look at that.
So he's
playing a really fancy off the side move, right? If the king goes back, it's repetition. If queen here, then queen here, and this knight is in a bad way. So queen a3, a suspicious side move though that the computer highlighted in red.
I mean, C5 is an
E5 just
option.
boxing it out.
Yeah.
Has something already been played? Queen C6.
No, he's still thinking after Queen A3.
Okay, Queen A3. I don't know why Queen C6 showed up on my on my interface.
C5 is a very simple and natural move by black, just blocking off the queen, and also it's helpful because you want to advance the pawns anyway. So you see, Nepo, he didn't want to suffer in the end game. He prefers to try to keep the queens on the board, but it's actually very dangerous for him to keep the queens on the board like that.
Okay, so now I can see that he spent 20 seconds on that move.
Yeah, it's not a lot.
Yeah, that came pretty fast, but he spent a couple minutes on Queen C3 and presumably saw Queen E5 coming.
Yes.
So it's not just like a random move he's playing there.
Wait, oh no, Knight F2 was not on the board. At first,
yeah, no, sorry, that was just.
Yeah, you scared me there. I was like, "There's no way Mamedyarov was taking that rook."
No. So, so Queen A3. Here's the live position options for black. I mean, Mamedyarov also doesn't have a lot of moves other than C5 to find, right? Because I mean, you can't just allow Queen F8.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose you can go Rook D6, but like, what would be the advantage of that over C5? There seems to be none.
Rook D6. Yeah. Okay, that's another move. Yeah.
It's a move, but you know, I don't see much point to it.
Yeah.
So I expect C5 to happen.
Mm-hmm. And Dominguez tried one little defensive technique that I hadn't anticipated. So let me quickly hop over there and show that. So
yeah, it doesn't look too good. When you say defensive technique, I'm looking at black's position and all I see is defensive.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, this is the move that I hadn't anticipated. F6, because now the white knight can't just hang out on F4 because black will have this move G5. So we got one trade. And now on knight F4, the king's defending D5.
Yeah, you know, one thing is when knights fight against, you know, any other kind of pieces, it's really important that the knights have outposts, and especially against like fast moving pieces like the rooks. The reason white's two knights are better than the rooks here is because the knights are stable. They can protect each other, and black's pawns are not spread too far across the board, right? So the knights are very bad at dealing with pawns that are on the side of the board. These pawns, like the C pawn, it's still close enough to the center, close enough to the rest of white's pieces that it's not so difficult for white to stop. And the knight is a great blockader of passed pawns. So not only he blocks the pawn, he's also attacking D5. It's literally the perfect scenario.
The total distance here between C and G pawn is kind of the range the knight has to play right now, and that's manageable for the knight. Any further and you would start to notice its weakness, but this is pretty much fine. I was thinking E4 here, Irina, but that's not what Firouzja played. He just maneuvered the knight, even though he doesn't have.
You know, he probably didn't want anything crazy with E4, King E5.
Mm-hmm.
I'm guessing he just didn't want any part of this line. Like
right.
Rook takes D5. Rook
here it looks like
D5.
you now have to trade one of your rooks, and maybe trading a rook is not even worth winning a pawn.
Right. Like, who knows? Like knight takes D5, or you know, king. Yeah, now King D4.
Mm-hmm.
You know, there's just no reason, I think, for white to like lose control of the position like that by allowing a rook trade. So, I mean, white is still within the range of winning, but you know, G5 at some point.
We shouldn't be that hasty to get one pawn.
Yeah, there's no rush. So I think
now I understand why that wasn't done. So now Rook G4, Rook G8.
Now what? Is it F4? Is it Knight D4? Is it Rook G5? He played Knight D4.
Played Knight D4.
Oh, he wants to go just Rook G5 and win the pawn for free. Nice plan.
But that would trade a rook too. But
yeah, but not like the king is being kind of sent back.
mhm.
I mean, he might even go rook g5, king f6, and f4. Like, if
Oh,
you
yeah,
really
yeah.
want me to be patient, I can go f4 and take your pawn with my knight and not
Use
trade
the
the
knight.
rook. Yeah.
Yeah, because eventually you could play for basically a checkmating attack as you slowly push the king back with the knights.
Yeah, no, I do think that this game is getting close to the resignable stage for Dominguez.
But Firouzja's blown every single advantage he's had this tournament. Do you think this one is out of reach for blowing?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, he said he's blown every single advantage, but I don't think he's blown. He hasn't had anything as large. Well, against Aronian, right? But no, this is larger than his advantage against Aronian. Aronian had some trickiness that game to it. This position, there's almost like no way to mess it up. So I think he will win his first game in this tournament, which is nice for him. +1.
Cool. Well, he's on -1 right now, right? So it'll just.
Oh, that's right, because he lost a
just
game. I forgot about the game he
even
lost
him
to
up.
Nepo. Yeah,
Yeah.
right. He needs to get back on 50%.
Yeah. Okay, let's see what's going on here. Mamedyarov played c5. Very desirable. Now rook e2. The rook was attacked and the e-pawn was attacked, right? Rook f3, knight e1 was not playable. So this happens. And king h7, finally getting off that diagonal.
Okay. Very reasonable. I mean, this is getting to be quite miserable for white. This is like, there was a very large part of this game where it was completely unclear, and actually white was better and even close to winning. And now it's certainly clear that that is completely reversed and black is in control. Look at black's centralization compared to white's poor scattered forces across the board.
Yeah, they're starting to really just seem like they're playing 3 different games, the white pieces. I'm noticing that if knight f5, black can play queen e4 check and get into the f3 square pretty much by force. Queen a4. Maybe he wants to come to e4 now. Maybe now he's willing to take an endgame.
It's funny, he might be willing to take it, but it's like, it seems like a much worse version than the one he
much worse, because this c-pawn will be like immediately so strong. I mean, it's too late to get behind it, get an active rook for white like you had on c8 at some point in a variation.
So how to play for black? I mean, unfortunately, I would like to play b5, but it hangs the a6 pawn, so that doesn't quite work.
Oh, and sorry, I mentioned knight f5, but I mean, that was also just a blunder to knight f4, among other things. I mean, just absolutely.
Yeah, that's one of the big tactical points.
Low on candidate moves. Queen a4, yeah, you'd like to play b5, but you would have to justify this. Could you play rook d6, preparing b5?
That's interesting. I would say if they trade the queens, then your rook goes to e6 kind of very conveniently afterwards. I think rook d6 is like simple and strong, I think. I think black should be satisfied with this position.
Yeah, I mean, this is the type of ending that I feel is like 90% chance for a win. And when you see that weird queen a3 move from Nepo, right? His choice to go here, queen c3, queen a3, that makes you feel like he doesn't rate his chances in the endgame very highly either, right? I mean,
yeah,
like it's not like he doesn't know the queen's badly placed on a3, right? He's just looking for some scrapping chances versus feeling nearly condemned in the endgame. I think it looks like Mamedyarov just played queen e6.
And the point of that is to prepare b5. So
yeah, I guess same idea as rook d6, more or less.
He's basically saying, all right, go ahead, do your queen trade. You didn't want to do it earlier. Now you can do it in a worse scenario for yourself.
Right.
Yeah, brutal kind of game. I actually feel rather bad for Nepo. I mean, like, I sympathize with whoever is doing badly, David.
I see that. I see that.
Is there anyone Irina hasn't felt bad for in this game or in this tournament?
Right. When Nepo had like queen f2, you're like, oh, Mamedyarov, like I would feel so bad from losing 3 games in a tournament.
Exactly. And now I feel very bad for Nepo, who could have played Queen F2 and won.
Yeah. Now he's going to invite Nepo to join him in the -1 category. I think they're going to this round with Nepo on an even score and Mamedyarov on -2. So,
so they're going to be sitting together.
Yeah. So you can get
at
some
dinner,
company.
at the dinner table tonight. Yeah. The dinner table of -1. Yes. And Report is actually going to -2.
That's right.
So that's going to be the new person at the bottom of the table. And Diak still on 50% because his game today, it ended in a draw. Yes, it did. We never kind of covered that, but that was quite clear.
Yeah.
And he did, by the way, it's funny, Firouzja went from the patience F4. He didn't go grabbing that pawn on D5.
Okay, we had rook D7 because black could do nothing but wait. Rook check here. And he says, no, we're not doing that rook trade. Irina was right. We want to keep the rooks on the board. What does he have planned against rook G D8? Is there any risk of one of these pawns getting away from him because he was waiting?
Okay. That does seem to be a reasonable move. Okay. My first thought is, how about like we do a little maybe knight C6 try.
Go to E5, yeah. Knight C6.
Don't forget, like I often do have just knight D5 ideas.
Oh wait, yeah, you can just take the D5 pawn after you get my rook off.
Well, you can go rook C8 if you'd like to stop that.
Okay.
Because now
but then you have knight E5 and I don't have G6 defended, right?
Right. So you got your rook won't be able to defend G6 and D5. So that's how white's going to win.
Okay. Very clear. Very clear.
Patience is a virtue in the end game, guys. We're not, it's all about control and not just grabbing material. Like you don't want to give your opponent even an ounce of counterplay.
Yeah. If you've got the 2 pieces against the rook in particular, if you can create a stable position and then just pick one pawn off at a time slowly, allow no action, no back and forth, don't trade pawns, don't race pawns, keep everything blockaded and slowly pick them off. That's the ticket. That's the ticket.
I think he's getting within a couple of moves of resigning, Dominguez. I really don't think that game he's going to want to look at his position for too much longer.
Yeah. Firouzja's guiding this one pretty confidently right here at the moment. F4 is nice. I'll remember that it's okay to do that.
Look at that beautiful, like dark square control.
Yeah. Black's really missing the G7 bishop or any minor piece.
Yeah, well, no, I believe that Firouzja deserves to win this game. They're both, played very, very well. But, Firouzja, for his, I would say, the bravery of the setup. I mean, I understand it's computer prepared, but there's still a risk, in the kind of setup that white took from the opening.
Right. I mean, he brought an idea, not just some computer moves, but like a real idea to the game. With this setup here.
And it was challenging for him. Like you could tell, like it wasn't like Dominguez let him just roll over him with E4. Like no, Firouzja had to do a lot of far from obvious things in this game, and it was very double-edged. Right. Up until the last moment, like really, if Dominguez had just like played that Queen B8 move, I'm not so sure that Firouzja would be winning this game.
Yeah, this Bishop B4 move was really controversial. I think it was in this position that we were kind of looking at. I was suggesting maybe like Rook A1. Oh no, it was a similar position, not quite this one. But yeah, I mean that was a brave decision because essentially he trades his B2 pawn for the B4 pawn, which structurally is very risky for him.
Yeah.
And Queen F4 to set up these Rook H7s. That's like a surprising spot.
That was great. That was great. Yeah, that was the star move.
Yeah.
No, he gave us some real beauty today. And Rook D8 is on the board, so I guess this is where we can expect to see Knight C6.
Yeah, as I look at it, it's a pretty fine little maneuver there with the knight in this end game. switching who was on d4, getting the rook to g5 where it can attack 2 weaknesses instead of 1, like when it
Yeah,
was
I
on
have an
d4.
idea. What about knight c6 d4? Can black just go for d4? I don't think he can, but like I just want to show you my point.
Okay.
You take my pawn. Yeah, let's just take
Okay.
my pawn first. Yeah,
with
take
my
pawn.
with my pawn or my
Yeah,
knight?
sure. It doesn't matter because rook take. It doesn't matter. Well, it matters actually. It doesn't matter.
Okay.
I was going to say pawn. Rook takes. Yeah. Now you should probably. Yeah, wow, you can't take my rook. Look at that.
What? I have to take your rook.
No, you can't take my rook. You can't take the rook on d8. I mean, you have to take the rook on d4. Because
Wait.
let's show knight d8.
Wait. I've been practiced. I recently practiced.
Is
the
this a
two
winning
knights.
one? I don't believe anyone's gonna win, but go ahead. Go ahead, show us.
I recently practiced this. So let's do it.
Okay. And now I'm supposed to give you my pawn as much as I can, right? Like just so g5.
Yeah. And
You
you want to
give us a
advance it
little
as
bit-
far as possible. If I blockade it with the knight on g5, that'll be like worse for you.
Right. Okay, there you go. I'll give it up on g4. And we are in the famous 2 knights against the king guys that if there were no pawns on the board at all, it's just a draw. But
Yeah.
black having pawns actually helps white have winning chances because of, you don't stalemate them. You have a little bit of time to maneuver your knights to checkmate. But I don't think it's enough time. I think when the pawn is on, this far along, it's going to be a draw, right?
I think white can win.
All right, go ahead. Go ahead, David. G4. I think we got a lot of time.
Prove it.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. Knight c1.
Okay, so king e5.
This is going to take us forever. I mean,
Yeah, something fun for us to do while we wait. I mean, like,
while we wait.
Nepo is not doing very well, so nothing very exciting is happening there. And like, and Dominguez. Well, no. First of all, I do think this is a real line. Like, I think that this d4 move is actually. Well, let's go back. There's like, first of all, there's 0 chance he's going to enter. It's 0. Like if he sees the d4 as a possibility and he thinks this is the best he can do with the 2 knights, I don't think he's going to go for that. But like, pawn takes, rook takes, right? And my idea is if the knight takes on d4. Can I get your remaining pawn off the board? Because you don't
You're threatening this, and I can't go to the 3rd rank because of rook d3. This is like the incredible last-ditch defense here by Irina.
Yeah, this is a real option for black.
Yeah.
So that's why he's thinking, because if it wasn't for that, knight c6 would be on the board. But knight c6, d4, and black tries to get into a scenario where white has like rook and knight versus rook, which is a draw.
Guys, unbelievable that knight d5, I can't hold this together either, right? The king like kicks the knight here from the pawn. And yeah. But Irina, at the very beginning, I think there may be a move to spoil your party, which is knight e4 check, getting off of the 3rd rank before I go for anything else.
Yeah, that is definitely a possibility. But you know what? He went for rook e5.
Yeah, he must have seen d4. This is actually, I mean, in a sense, it's impressive for Firouzja. It means that even though like the opponent's position is about to collapse, he checked knight c6, d4, and like recognized that it was messy and said, "Yeah, I don't need to do that."
And now, well, black isn't in this situation that is getting very close to Zugzwang because he can barely move his rooks.
Mm-hmm.
So he goes king f7. Okay, white is at his leisure. He can improve the king. At some point, knight c6 doesn't really do much anymore because of rook c8 and there's no knight e5.
Mm-hmm.
But what does he do? Does he want to put the king on g5? He can. He can be so evil like that and go king f3, king f6, and king g4.
Yeah.
Put the king on g5 and like really drive black into a
Black can maybe mark time with rook d6, rook d7 if they need to, right? Like they maybe don't have to retreat the king.
Rook d6,
But is there a downside to rook e6 check, king f7, and then trying to bring the king up here?
There's no real downside. I mean, you wonder like, should black play rook d6 and just offer a rook trade, or is that like even making his position even worse?
Oh, right. Same thing. And I just have to go back. Yeah.
Interesting.
Hmm.
I mean, so
The
he
king
went back to
f7
G5.
played. Rook
He
back to
realized his rook
G5.
wasn't that good, and he went back to G5.
A repetition. It's not that easy. Don't
No,
resign, folks, if you've still got chances. Knight c6, d4. Make your opponent find everything.
yeah. What about David going to see our Nepo Shaq
Yeah.
game?
Absolutely.
I really
Let's
do
take a
like the
look.
name Shaq. I think it's one of the best names in chess.
Yeah.
The Shaq attack.
Yeah.
It makes you think of the shark attack.
It sure does. Knight h5 has been played. Gosh, I mean, c4 would be a blitz move. You just
Can't
put
be
the pawn
bad.
there.
I mean, Black has made so much progress with his pawns, and like
My other blitz move idea would be really bad. Queen e4, king here, and then lock it in with c4, right? That would be disastrous.
Yeah, blunder the queen. That's right.
Yeah. Which is why in classical you don't just randomly bash out blitz moves.
Yeah. I mean, what is White's idea? Like, he wants to basically just go rook f2 or something, if you call that really a threat. I mean, c4 is strong. C4 shouldn't take him a lot of time. It's good to support the knight. It kind of shuts out the queen further. Yeah, I mean, what else? The rook is tied down.
So here's a nice thing about c4. So you suggested this like rook f2 move, right? Which looks cool. I want to play queen g6 there.
You want to play knight e1, winning.
I'm threatening the rook at knight e1, and on rook f6, I would still play knight e1. And on knight f6, I go king h8.
So I need to defend, but now, David, you kind of decentralized your queen, and now I've got the queen c3 option.
Oh, and before I always had queen e5.
Yeah, you definitely want to try to keep that queen in the center.
Oof. Okay, let's see if what Shaq did is better than that. He played rook d6, covering the f6 square in advance.
Okay, it's interesting. I got nothing against that move. It doesn't really change anything. He might still have queen d5, queen e4, queen d5 checks. So I think that's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, actually on rook f2, then you can go queen e4, and then knight takes f2.
Oh, because you've got that covered. So he's preventing rook, straight up preventing rook f2 with this move. King g1, knight takes, covering the queen. Nice. Nice. It's useful to see like the technique that they employ.
Yeah, no, this stage of the game, you can see that Mamedyarov wants to win. He's not letting Nepo out of this one. And Nepo is probably feeling very like disgusted with his position by this point.
Yeah, he could play e4 to take a little bit of territory away from Black's queen. But then he does have to guard knight f4 forever. So you give some, you get some. It also closes that diagonal, so then the knight's free to move. So Black could put the queen back on e5 after e4. Doesn't look so good for White. Good job, Dojimon, answering your own question. That's always an excellent thing to do.
So what can White do? Rook f2 doesn't work. The rook can't move. The knight has nowhere to go. Oh, it's desperate. I mean, that's the thing. Almost none of White's pieces can actually do anything. I mean, queen c3, I guess. And then that just runs into queen e5, doesn't it? I mean, nothing to cheer home about. You can also give a check on e4 and then come back to e5. if for some reason you want that king like a little more passive.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yeah.
White's still thinking, so he has 7.5 minutes to contemplate this. Firouzja, let's take a look at how his technique is coming along.
Mm-hmm. Rook h8, looking to maybe get active. Knight f3, threatening knight e5 and stopping rook h2. King g6, paving the way for rook d6 as a defensive move as necessary. Knight takes d5 is available here, right? A no trade option.
Knight d5 is available. There's no way he can get the c pawn moving, is there? And I think he can do it. Yeah, he can do it, and then he can always support that knight with e4.
Yeah. So I mean, I guess, you know, rook c8, knight b6.
That's an important move.
I want to be sure that we've got this c pawn covered. But like knight c8 threatens rook c5. So you got to play rook c7.
And then, well, you can just win by going rook g1 if you wanted to.
Yeah, you could just go stop the pawn with your rook here, rook g1, etc.
Mm-hmm. So it does look safe to take the pawn.
Yeah.
At this point.
That's pretty easily winning, so that's a good thing to check. So knight d5, rook c8's okay. Knight d5, c3, you can take it. Yeah, I don't see much else for white here. Rook g6 is less good, Dojimon. Like it's good that you have that tactical vision, but white's goal is to not trade rooks.
You know, he can trade them in this particular position. Here, I would actually agree that rook g6 is probably a pretty clean technique as well.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, yeah, look at that. The computer bar hated that.
Yeah.
Why is it? Why does he hate it so much?
Maybe d4 trading one of your pawns.
D4 trading the pawns. Yeah, yeah, okay. We don't want any part of this. Right. We don't want that. We don't want pawns getting traded. The more they get traded, the closer we are to a draw.
Yeah.
So, okay, so that tactic is not going to happen. But
I mean, in this position, you just assume every single thing of your opponents is dead eventually, so you don't trade any of them. You just assume everything you have is so bad that I won't deign to trade it.
So knight f3, king g7, knight d5. I mean, I suppose you could go rook h5 and like try to get a rook trade, but.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, but you know, I think at some point we can afford to let that happen.
It's really hard to get something for free, for complete and total free. What about pawn f? He's played rook to g1.
Wow.
Maybe f5 could have been a move too, to put pressure on him. You have to be very careful with your pawns, but
yeah, so
rook g1.
Wants to go basically like rook d1, rook d8, knight e5, rook d6. Black's in a kind of zigzag there, but not quite. Yeah, I mean, I think he's just not in a hurry. You know, I think actually he's just kind of going back and forth and like seeing like if maybe Dominguez gives him like a better way. Better way to like win here.
Right. So he definitely just passed up that rook h5.
Yeah. And
like
Mamedyarov has just played a move. Sorry, Nepo has played a move. Let's take a look.
I think knight d5 would have been okay. After rook h5, I think you can play e4 here, holding this knight, which is holding this, and making room for your king to advance to d4. And you're also threatening to avoid the rook trade now, right? Because the knight's defended. And after rook takes, knight takes, you've built an incredible structure here, in my opinion. Like your knights are making a wall that stops the opponent's king from ever getting into the game. Your knights are defending the pawns, and the pawns are defending the knights.
Yep.
So there's just nothing to do. You just bring your king to take the c pawn from the opponent.
Yeah, or even to e3, d4.
Yeah. I think that could have been a pretty safe moment to take it, but okay, let's see what's happening here. Rook e1. Well, that's kind of a joke of a move, right?
Yes, it does feel rather
Trying to taunt the queen that she can't take.
Yeah, no, that is not like a serious attempt to do anything, obviously.
Oh God. Queen c4 just came flying in. That is brutal. If queen takes queen, he'll take the rook with check. I think Nepo was just having a last little chuckle there with rook e1, and Mamedyarov just wants a point. You know, he's like, it's been 9 games. They were talking about 10 games without a win. Give it to me.
Yeah, I mean, the only move left is queen b1, right?
Oh, right. Maintaining the pin. Yeah, there's still a move.
I mean, there's still
always still a move.
Still that move, but it's getting progressively worse.
Yeah, he's getting pushed further and further back.
Yeah. Well, let's see. What would you do on queen b1?
Let's see. Can I keep chasing the queen with queen b4? Yeah.
No, queen b4 is interesting. Yeah.
Yeah. How about that? I'll just play queen b4.
That's really kind of neat.
I'll attack this until it's finally hanging.
Yeah. I mean, I guess they can move the rook now, but then you can just trade queens and move up your c pawn. Yeah.
Right. So
But
rook
actually,
f1.
that feels kind of convincing to me. I feel like.
And just take it home.
Yeah, I agree. That's actually what he will go for, because it is the simplest. Yeah.
And Shak just needs to get on that board. He's like, very funny, but I need this.
Yeah. I mean, other than queen b4, I suppose, I mean, he can go queen e4.
Yeah. I mean, I assume every move is winning. Moving the king off of this diagonal would be reasonable too, like king g8 should be pretty strong here as well.
Yeah,
but queen b4, as far as making progress, I think it's going to be it's played queen b4.
Yeah, you know what's weird? Oh yeah, you couldn't take on b4 on e1 anymore because the queen was protecting it. Okay.
Yeah, I wasn't trying to like win anything. I was just trying to get the point. Like Shak, you know, I would be like afraid of any of these. If I ever in my life had a winning position against someone like this, I would be so afraid they were going to escape. I would take anything I could get. Yeah. So here that a pawn looks like it's hanging. But the fastest is just to push the c pawn down. Yeah.
Yeah, the rook f7 is not so dangerous, right? King g8, rook g7, king f8, and the king escapes from the checks and the pawn just advances.
And as long as this rook keeps the knight off of f6, white can't build the rook and knight trick. There is a trick, folks, where a single rook and knight can either perpetual or checkmate you. But it requires the knight to be on f6.
Yeah, no, it doesn't. Okay, e4 happened.
Counterplay, queen the e pawn.
Yeah, it's enormous counterplay. I wonder if black will go like knight d3.
Knight back to d3.
Or if he will just allow e5 to happen. I think most likely he'll play knight d3. You don't want to get, actually, what you don't want to do is completely get your knight sidelined. And if you go knight d3, you also have ideas to go knight f4. If things get a little bit tricky for you, you could just like trade down and win the rook endgame.
Right. But how about just pushing c3? I mean, how much complication is that? We want to go c2.
Yeah.
If e5, we give check.
Yeah. Oh, let's just make I don't know, David. I don't disagree with you, but let's make a bet on what he's gonna do right here.
Okay.
All right. So I said knight d3, you said c3. I mean, these are really the top two moves, I think. So we'll see what he goes with. Don't worry, you won't go broke.
I didn't bet yet. I'm just calculating to see
There's
if I
no
want to take the
need to
bet.
calculate, David. You know, I've already put you on that bet. So so Firouzja-Dominguez.
All right.
Look.
C3 looks super clear to me. C3 looks super clear to me.
And did he play it? I think he played it. Oh, he played your move, David. He went C3.
Yes.
Yes. All right, so he's not afraid of, well, rook f7 allows a potential checkmate with king g6. So black should just avoid.
That would be in the spirit of making one or two last jokes, right? But e5 is our move.
And rook d2.
I'm gonna bet on rook d2 now, if I can just continue betting while we're
while you're in a good streak. No, rook d2. We can bet on something else, but like
no points for rook d2. That's like getting points for a recapture.
Firouzja seems to actually be struggling to win a bit, you know,
every time he plays at this tournament. Rook b7, rook a1, where is that going? Rook d8, knight d4.
I mean, it's not like he's done anything wrong. Everything is still totally under control, but it just feels like, you know, it's been taking a while he moves in on black's position here.
Yeah, he needs something like king h6, knight e6 to help him out. Like this guy can't buy a point right now in Romania.
So yeah, he's threatening knight e6. How's black gonna defend? Is kind of an annoying threat. Rook d7.
Rook d7.
Okay, rook a6 or rook.
Is there knight e6 to c5?
Oh.
I guess there's rook b2.
Yeah, there's rook b2.
Some little messiness. So maybe rook a5.
Rook a5 looks good. I mean, there comes a point when you gotta win a pawn, right?
He's had the option to win a pawn a couple times. Yeah.
It looks good to me. I like rook a5. Rook a6 is also a good move.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, rook a6 feels good as well. And I don't know if there's something wrong with king f3. Maybe there is, but mildly improving the king so there aren't checks on b2 might be nice too.
Mm-hmm. So I'll put $1 on rook a5.
Okay.
I'm sure I'll get it wrong again as he goes like king f3 or something. But nonetheless.
Rook a5 looks really good.
All right, Nepo Mamedyarov. Let's see.
All right, you got $1. Togishin, I'm sorry, I mentioned this move, but I didn't show it on the board. But the reason that this doesn't just end the game is because of rook b2. And then there's time to, you know, keep going, sort of. So rook a5, trying to get this pawn when the black rooks can't double. Yeah, and I'm not sure what black's move would be here. Maybe g5 when there's no rook g1. And basically just trying to trade off one white pawn is the best thing black can try for. If white goes knight e6, then I'm going to have d4 at the end. If I can find a square for my king that doesn't get tacticked, I want to do this and trade off one white pawn.
Yeah, white really wants to avoid lines like that.
And if takes king here, and it doesn't look like there's anybody who can save this, although maybe just knight d5 and I can't take it.
By the way, Nepo's game is over.
That's winning. Okay, let's see what happened. e5. Oh, no rook d2. What?
Yeah, rook c6 is good too. Yeah. And I guess he resigned in view of knight
He
f6, rook
just
takes.
left the rook covering knight f6.
Yeah. That was the end, huh?
Shock is on the board.
Yeah, I'm sure all of our fans from Azerbaijan are going to be very happy for their compatriot getting his first win in Romania with a tournament that has otherwise been not going so well for him. But, you know, winning with the black pieces, his game was interesting. I mean, he definitely played interestingly earlier on in that game with those spectacular pawn advances on the king side. But Nepo had big chances in this game, and he walked by all of them, right?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, like, you know, what the computer would think objectively of the position, you know, that he chose to play down a pawn. But it always felt to me, from a human perspective, like the game was 3 results. Just anything could happen to anybody here. Yeah, it was a mess. Rook d3 looked super risky for Shock at this point, but I guess it eventually paid off, him grabbing that c3 pawn. Yikes. Although I guess it wouldn't have if white had covered the rook c1 move, right? This was like where Nepo had his biggest chances, actually.
Before taking f5
was when the rook got sent to c3, right? If he had
queen d2 here.
You're just taking control of c1 with queen d2, put the queen on the d file, and then taking this pawn. This was kind of, yeah. So I don't know if we should give rook d3 credit for eventually winning the game, but I mean, that c pawn, that is how he finally came through. And in this position here, long messy phase with both kings completely open, but eventually he gets control with the knight coming back to d3, queen and rook centralized, and gets the queens off the board even. By then, he's got like the best version possible of an endgame that Nepo had been avoiding before and should have probably always would have been a winning endgame.
Yeah, well, very fighting game from these two players. So I think we can be happy about that. And finally, we see something on the board. Oh no, nothing is still on the board.
That was just my
oh look, I won $1.
my analysis. Yeah, you did.
Did you notice rook a5 was played by Firouzja? So he's finally going to try to take pawn off of d5.
Yes.
And doesn't look like black can put any defenders on it. There's the rook on b7 can't help, and the king can't help. There's no rook b3, rook b2 check just runs into king f3. So he's gonna start by losing that pawn, and then white will, you know, make progress from there.
That's a great start. That's a great start. Knight d5, maybe rook c5 would be nice. Maybe e4.
By the way, guys, we are ready to take some questions from the chat. If you are, you know, this is a perfect opportunity at the end of a game. There's only one game left, and it's not, let's say, the most suspenseful, as we do expect Firouzja to win. So if you guys have any questions for us about what we think about anything in the world of chess, go ahead and send that in. Yeah. Meanwhile, Dominguez has played g5.
Trying desperately for a pawn trade. But I mean, my calculation says it doesn't even work, right? F g5 and then knight d5, and you can't even take on g5 because of the rook.
So do you want to just take you want to just take the pawn? Is that what you're saying, David?
I think you can just take it, yeah. I mean, I don't know if that's the only option, but
taking is very reasonable. Yeah, why not?
Yeah.
Why not? We don't want to get into this funny business with f5, do we? Yeah.
I don't love f5, no, because it lets the black king go to maybe f6 and e5 or something. I bet it might work too. Depends how much we want to calculate. And
where we'll get mated. Yeah, Regina on Twitch is asking me a question that I think she's trying to trap me into actually the celebrity stuff.
She's trying to get around the thing where you got censored the other day.
But, you know, Alireza played F5. Look at that.
Yeah.
Little surprise for us. Not a big surprise, but, you know, I guess he just wants to take on D5 and also maybe just kind of go rook A6, rook G6.
Mm-hmm.
So everything is still under control for Alireza.
Yeah, probably.
King F3 now.
Rook B2 check gets thrown in.
I mean, maybe like Black wants to go rook D2, rook D3, attacking the knight.
Mm-hmm.
I would think that's reasonable.
Yeah. So maybe White should go knight D5 and maybe even put the king on E4 and the rook on C5. No, the king has to stay near the G pawn. Let's not reassign the king just
Oh, there
yet.
you go. So he goes rook D2. I mean, he's looking for his only chance, right? This rook D3, dislodge the knight. And now, David, what happens on knight D5?
I think we're going to find out. I think knight D5 is going to get played here.
Knight D5 and then like rook C5, and just looks like White has everything under control.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Queen F4 to set up rook H7. Very tricky. Very tricky kid.
Yeah, that was the best part of that game was that stuff. Like vintage Alireza. I think when you play him, you got to be extremely cautious. Like that's just how tricky he is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was struggling to see where White was going to come up with threats. I mean, it looked like Black had a, you know, kind of perfect F7, G6 pawn structure, bishop on G7. The knight was near the king. The rooks were near the king. It didn't look like White had overwhelming forces.
So who do you think is going to win this event? I mean, we're still not having any changes at the top of the standings, right? Because Aronian drew and so drew.
Right. I mean, after today, there's only 2 rounds left. So, you know, if we consider the standings, even though the leaders are only at +2, at some point, it's pretty hard to catch up with +2 when there's only 2 games left. So you would think it's kind of between Wesley, Levon, and Maxime. Nothing about Maxime's play has particularly impressed me at this tournament. And, you know, if you took a bet on whether or not Wesley So would lose any games this tournament, you'd probably say no.
Right.
So
basically a tie is quite likely.
So +2 would be like the minimum score to beat. And I might say the tournament would end in a tie between Wesley and Levon.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe with 2 more draws each.
Yeah, 2 more draws. Yeah, I agree. It looks like the most likely result. Whoa. C3.
Knight takes D5 and C3 has been attempted. So, oh, look at the final trick. I don't know if it's the final trick, but Knight C3, Rook 7 takes D4. That's vicious. I don't even know if even that would draw after White goes King G5. That would actually probably still lose, wouldn't it? Check. King here. Oh, no, because you can check the king back. You don't have to allow Rook A7.
Actually,
So
this one is winning. Yeah, this one is
it
winning.
should be winning. I mean, there's like only a few endgames down 2 healthy pawns that are draws.
Yeah.
But I think that's sort of like the last trick he had in mind, right? To take him to the rook, to the rook ending. And
now he's going to resign. Now Black's going to resign after knight e6 because he has to basically give up the c3 pawn for nothing, and then he's down a pawn, losing the second, still 2 rooks versus knights. If you go king f7, he might even be taking the pawn on g5. And where in the world will you put your king if not, there?
And if you go to h6, you get my favorite, which is rook back to a1, just leaving the knight hanging.
You think so? You think he'll do that? I guess so.
That's how I've always wanted this game to end.
So user is asking, what next tournaments are you preparing for, David and Irina? Go ahead, David.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even have a tournament, unfortunately. I can't get away from my kids for a weekend, much less for 10 days in Europe. So the only thing I've got is a speed chess match in the I'm Not a GM thing next Thursday. So I guess a week from today.
I want to commentate on that. How do I get that job?
Send a message to Alex, I guess.
Yeah, I'm gonna recommend myself for that job, David.
Yeah. I mean, they do, I think, make sure that the tournament is commentated by GMs so that the GMs can make snide comments about what it's like to be an IM.
Yeah, no, I mean, I don't think, I think the level of chess is actually pretty good in these championships. I remember watching the games, like, I guess when I was first watching this event, you know, we had Alina Kashlinskaya. I think she either won or she got very close to winning one of those first tournaments.
Yeah. I think she may have lost in the finals, like maybe got in second place.
Maybe to who, like Amon Hambleton, or who did she play? She played another good player in the finals.
Yeah.
She also played, I feel like she played Greg Shahade at some point.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, like the matches are really good quality. I kind of feel like it's like a good level to look at because the players are very strong, and yet, you know, they also make like let's say more relatable mistakes than like the very top GMs do.
Yeah.
So it is a really exciting event. I was definitely a fan of this concept.
Mm-hmm.
And for me, in terms of, well, I'm not preparing for anything at the moment, guys. I'm like, you know, first of all, as I'm commentating on this tournament, my days are super busy. It's like been maybe the most intense working days of my life, you know, like when you're commentating for like 5 hours in the morning and then you take a couple of hours nap and then you do your usual work schedule for the rest of the day. It's pretty tough and doesn't leave you a whole lot of time. Yeah, to do anything, to prepare for anything. So my mode is like, I'm like more in, you know, survival mode during this time. But when I get some free time, yeah, I will start doing some chess again and preparing, you know, for the Olympiad and any sort of practice tournaments I play before then.
Yeah. So the Olympiad would be the big one.
It's the big one. I mean, I think I'll play. I don't know for sure. I haven't gotten like my invitation. I don't know what sort of conditions we will get offered, but I like to play for the US team and play the big events, you know, lots at stake. You play for your country, you try to do well, you kind of see all the, you know, all the people, you know. And
Lanier's clock is showing 0. But presumably he hasn't flagged. I don't know what the story is, but we'll probably have to wait 10 or 20 seconds to get an update on the game. Presumably he's going to lose one way or another at this point.
Well, I think it's very likely that he resigned here.
Mm-hmm.
I think. Yeah. Oh, also, that's right. 2 knights on d5 and e6 are very pretty, aren't they?
Yeah. Well, I mean, taking stock of what happened so far today, Wesley So drawing with the Queen's Gambit accepted quite easily against Diak. Aronian and Caruana also drawing up the place pretty convincingly. Caruana was well prepared for the Bishop's opening at this point. It may be a little bit of a sideline compared to the Italian and the Rui, but it's not so terrible that you know he wouldn't still be booked up on it. And he's like, other top players have tried this on me before. So he drew that game without too much trouble. And look, we've got 2 wins for Black today. A wild Italian between Nepo and Mamedyarov.
We're going to have three decisive games, right?
Yeah.
That's pretty good for us, David. This is our most decisive round ever.
Yeah.
Yeah, except, I mean, the only thing is that they're not with the decisive games were not from the leaders. So nothing changed atop the leaderboard standings.
Right.
And yeah, guys, we have the result. Firouzja inspired his opponent to resign after 96 check. And oh, I love this question. David, do you want it's asked to me, who is currently the strongest female chess player in the US and in the world? Well, look, in the world, I think it's pretty clear. Like, I guess it's Hao Yifan, but you know, she's not playing so much anymore.
Right.
So,
it depends how they define active, right? Because depending on how you define active, it could be Judith or it could be Hao Yifan. Or if not Hao Yifan, who would it be? Someone more active than her.
I think it's quite clear that Goryachkina, you know, having reached over 2600 level and being able to maintain her rating there,
right?
Strong tournaments. I think she's definitely the next contender. And you know, and beyond her, I mean, there's of course the current women's world champion Zhu Wenjun, also rated, you know, not too far from 2600, and you know, the Muzachuk sisters, Kostyanyuk. You know, a lot of the Chinese players are strong, so that one is pretty that's pretty clear.
Yeah, I would agree with you. Yeah. Okay. Well, a couple things we want to remind you of before we call it a day for us. There is a channel on YouTube called Chesscom Clips, and we're going to give you the link to it. And oh, I got Moobotted, but I'll just read it to you then. youtube.com/Chesscom Clips. You can go there to find cool clips of commentators getting censored by Moobot and other such things, or great moments from the Speed Chess Championship matches, which are often, you know, thrilling 1-second reversals. And speaking of those, there's another Junior Speed Chess Championship match going on right now on chess.com's main channel. Nihal Sarin versus a Wonder Liang. And I imagine that if you really want to see that, we'll probably be rating that channel in a minute or two, so that'll take you there easily. But that will be a reason maybe to surf that raid over to the main channel and check out that match. What do you think of Nihal Sarin, Irina? Future world champion, teenage wonder kid, future world blitz champion.
Well, he's beaten Magnus Carlsen in blitz, right? As far as I remember, and something in blitz or rapid. I know Magnus has lost to some young Indian player. I'm pretty sure it was Nihal Sarin.
Okay.
I think this is a very close match with Nihal and a wonder. I suppose I would have to give the advantage to Nihal, who has kind of just got more experience at this point. So we got that. We got the YouTube chess.com Chesscom Clips, guys. Don't forget to visit that. Then we got the Speed Chess Championship that's coming up. You get more hours of chess. And to answer your question about best in USA, well, yeah, I know I politely ignored that question, you know, because what can I say? I think if you look at the ratings, you know, I'm very close to Carissa Yip. And I think so it's fair to say that I think a match between us would be very interesting to decide that question. And we'll see, you know, hopefully that can happen one day.
Yeah. Good answer, Irina. Very good answer. I was also thinking like a match would be cool.
There you go. You see, like I just had this idea because, you know, she's like the last year's, you know, U.S. women's champion, right?
Yep.
And it's like this year I won the American Cup, and we're very close in rating. And she's like the best player of the younger generation, and I'm not like a completely ancient dinosaur yet. Right. So I think there was some intrigue to this match, right?
Yeah.
Hey, if the question is good enough, that means that we can't give an answer, and a match or a tournament, etc., would be the best way to resolve the question. So we'll leave you all with that today. Thank you very much for all the good questions and engagement. Hope you guys have enjoyed round 7 today and our commentary. And we'll be back tomorrow for round 8 at the same time as ever, 5 a.m. I always get the time wrong. Good luck to all of you. 5 a.m. Pacific and 8 a.m. on the East Coast, 3 p.m. in Romania. Have a great day, everybody.